Dream hat. Mic check. Nobody's getting the hat right. You might get the color right, but it's a new hat. New day, new hat. Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. It's hump day. I hope that wherever you are and however you may be listening at some point today, you are able to celebrate hump day in whatever way you celebrate hump day. First try, fucking right. I checked and double checked today. We would say this is gray. I don't know why the lighting always looks so off. I don't know how to fix it, but we're going to say this is a gray hat. It is corduroy. It was given to me by a friend yesterday. I had a weird day yesterday. I made a new friend. I don't know if he's listening. He might be. Just trying to remember his name now. It's not Smitty. It's something like that.
New friends that you don't remember their name.
I met them yesterday.
Okay.
Where I live, which is a very annoying thing, you can smoke if you want to outside of your apartment. You cannot smoke the green stuff, and so I have to go like out of where I live, and there's this spot that regularly unhoused people sit and have their lunch, and there just happened to be an unhoused man there, and God, I wish I could remember his name because he said he was gonna watch today. I want to say Smitty, but I know it's not. It's way cooler than that. It's like, but it's not Buzzy. God damn it. Sorry, dude, if you're watching. My bad. But we shared. We went to the grocery store, grabbed some sandwiches and some Pop-Tarts, and shared a good experience together. So no, he was just at a table near my house.
I mean, all great friendships start with sandwiches and Pop-Tarts. I mean, that it sounds like this is going to be fantastic friendship.
I wish I could remember his name. This is making me feel bad. It's way cooler than Smitty. It's cooler than.
It's got, you know what? It's going to be something not even close to Smitty.
No, it's something like that. Like, it's obviously not his real name. It's a nickname, but now I can't remember what it is, and I'm devastated. I thought for sure I was going to remember it. I got to write stuff down. I always say to myself, I'll remember that. I never fucking remember it, ever.
You know what? Good. You just pull out your notes app. Just open up your notes app on your phone. Just drop it in there. It's like it's a random notes app for.
Is it Spotty? It's not Spotty. God damn it.
But what about someone mentioned Speedy?
It's not Speedy. He was not Speedy. He was a very calm person. Not Seamus. Nah, it's like it's a nickname that's like there's a double letter and it ends in a Y. But now
Skeeter. Sparky.
No, double letter in the middle and ends in a Y. Sully could have been Sully. Yeah.
I'm just looking at the chat and they're coming up with ideas. Gunny.
Gummy. Gunny, not Gunny.
Itty.
Schmeichel, Sassy, Potty, Skippy. Keep it coming. I hope somebody gets it. I don't think it starts
with an S.
I don't remember. I don't think so. Because I actually think so. I went and grabbed food. I was like, hey, do you have any food? He's like, nah, I am hungry though. So I just went to the grocery store, grabbed some food, and then came back. And when I came back, I thought his name was Smitty. And then he told me what his name was, and it's not Smitty. But my brain is still remembering Smitty, and that sucks. So if you're here, dude, my bad.
If it's Scotty, he's going to throw something at you.
It's not Scotty. It's not Dougie.
Watch. It's going to be Fred.
Buzzy.
Fred,
no, there's two. There are two letters in the middle that are the same, and it ends in a Y.
Jay's got the attention span of a goldfish, so this isn't surprising even at all.
The problem is everybody's picking real names. It's like a nickname. Whatever it is, it's also like an adjective. I just don't remember what it is. It would be a lot like sloppy or slappy.
Now until you've actually found out his real name, I'm going to call him Fred or Freddie.
I hope I see him again. I'm devastated. Just so I can. Oh, it could be hoodie. That's a good guess. That's a good guess,
No,
Angie.
no,
Bootsy,
don't.
Snooky, Shafty. Shafty. Who said Shafty? Get it together, Robert. Get it together. Pookie. Dunny. Flamer. No, stop it. Stood. Squirrely. Stubby. Ooh, Stubby's close. I feel like Stubby's close. I don't remember it. This is devastating. I feel so
Stubbs?
bad.
Stubbs?
No, it ends in a Y.
Does he have all his fingers?
I shook his hand. He had all his fingers on that hand. Not all of his teeth. But he also had like the warmest smile I've ever seen. Anyways, this sucks.
Uh-huh.
I feel bad about all of this. Stumpy, Stiffy.
Well, this is another one of those things that you didn't have to say out loud. One of those intrusive thoughts that you seem to have.
Yeah, why'd that come? I was saying I had a good day yesterday. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, hard to pick out food for somebody when you're not 100% sure how much they can chew. That was a tough decision. So I went with croissant sandwiches, Pop-Tarts. I feel like you can chew Pop-Tarts without all your teeth. And
I don't know. Have you ever had a Pop-Tart stab you in the gums before? It's not the most comfortable. Yeah, it's not. That's happened once or twice.
Well, they're soft until you toast them, and we were outside, so there was no toaster. So I think that was going to be okay.
I usually think at least the middle gets softer when you toast them. So the outside.
It's true. What's your favorite Pop-Tart?
Probably strawberry. The strawberry frosted.
That's crazy. There's only one answer to the best Pop-Tart. I think everybody's going to say. Everybody in the chat, tell me your favorite. Yeah, there it is. I'm seeing it. Tell me raspberry cherry. What the fuck?
There's a brown sugar.
It's brown sugar. Yeah.
I mean, that one's probably the second.
Yeah, it's number one. If it's not your number one, I think it's everybody's number two, probably, right?
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it as the number two. But my go-to is strawberry on most things. So
it's the hey Jen, it's the top tart. Did you?
Ha.
Thank you. All right. You got anything to say before we get going?
Just reminding everybody, if you haven't already subscribed, or wherever you're watching, if you can do that, you like to join us. We've got members only events that we have another one coming up, not this Monday, but next Monday. We're gonna be watching what's the show again?
I'm gonna look it up right now, actually, while we're doing this.
So if you're a paid member on any of the channels, you can join us for these different movie nights that we hold on, not every Monday, but we'll be starting it back up on the following Monday.
It's called Hitler and the Nazis. That's what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a real feel good show.
I mean, with the state of everything currently, yeah. I've noticed I've gotten like a headache, and I think I told this to people in Discord. Like, I've had a headache after most shows for the last week.
You say that every time we talk. Every time we're talking, you go, "I got a headache. I gotta go." That might have.
Well, that's you, but it's just because it's you. But no, I'm just saying in general, unrelated to you.
Okay.
But it could be your fault too. I mean, that makes sense also. So, but if you guys disagree with our TV and you want to come up and talk to me, you can do that. If you look at the Venmo username, that's my Discord. And if you want to come up and have a conversation, you can add me on Discord, send me a message, and I can bring it. You can have a conversation in real time. Check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch, do you want to show the merch that you uploaded? I don't know who got something, but someone ordered some. I'm assuming it's some of the new merch.
Neat. We got a new hoodie. Was it my order? Because I did order.
It may be that. Well. Okay, maybe I saw your order, but
let's see.
But you can at least show what you made.
Technically, Ash made this, so you got to give credit for that. It was my idea, but then I was unable to pull it off, so Ash did it. This is the hoodie. For anybody, I was being, this is the same design as Charlie Kirk's Freedom shirts, the same font. We just are going with healthcare. I showed you the one yesterday with Bernie on the back. This is the
can't see it.
More heavy. Oh shit! Goddamn. Okay. There it is. This is the heavier blend, and it has Bernie on the side instead here. You got little Little Bernie Sanders there on the side, just grumpy and masked up and being Bernie. But yeah, that's what it looks like. They are good hoodies. I have some. This is who made our Shushies one. I bought plenty of hoodies from them. They come out really, really good. So check that out. 20% off until next Tuesday as well.
Yeah. So a couple other things. So Oslo, I didn't see we did not deny your hats. Jay didn't see it, and I forgot.
What is it? Oh yeah, that was your.
His hats.
Thank you for taking. That was your fault. This is the first time ever something was your fault.
I said what happened. I owned it. I forgot. I mean, it's working with you is like herding cats.
Yeah.
This is what,
I hear you.
There's some things that are going to slip by every now and then. It happens. But
where do you find the merch in any of the link tree is in the bio, and I think it's on Twitch. I don't know how to really do Twitch. Jen does all that.
Yeah, it's the link tree in the bio. There's I'll double check on Twitch where to find it. But if you check on the bios for wherever you're watching, the link tree should be there. So anyways, we got new merch. Amy had mentioned something the other day, and I haven't looked into it, and so I'll add it to my to-do list. I wonder if they have. Can we do whistles? Can we make some whistles?
Whistles?
Yeah. With the protest.
It's a good question.
The ice ones.
Yeah, go log while we're live. Go log in and see if they have it. I don't know.
Thanks for that recommendation of when to do that. I will put that down. Anyways, like I said, we're on most social media platforms. We got merch. Jay's on Cameo. We upload these episodes to Spotify, and like that gift goal, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats. This is our job. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, from 8:30 to 1 Pacific time. So yeah.
And then Jen's got a hard cutoff today at 1 Pacific because she's got a date. She's got an afternoon date at 1 p.m. Pacific today. So everybody wish Jen well in the chat. Just let her know we're rooting for her. We hope that the hard cutoff isn't the only hard thing that she deals with today.
Well, if I actually had a date, and I mean, hopefully it wouldn't, if I was looking for a date, I don't want soft. That would suck.
Okay.
Right?
Anything else?
Yes. Yes. What is Trump's favorite nation of all?
Favorite nation?
Uh-huh.
Does Epstein Island count as a nation or no? It doesn't.
No.
No? Okay, I don't know then.
Discrimination.
Oh, no breathing. That's devastating. All right. Thanks, Jen. I want to show this. This doesn't matter one goddamn bit, but I'm really, really over conservatives making everything about Charlie Kirk forever, especially given the fact that the person who shot Charlie Kirk doesn't seem to have any links politically to anything at all other than his parents or MAGA. This is a man on a cruise, and allegedly the person working on the cruise said that Charlie Kirk deserved to die, and this big emotional monster lost his fucking mind. He put on his best white pants and his best flowery shirt, all to come and scream in the highest pitched voice that you should throw this man off the ship for saying Charlie Kirk deserved to die. You're in the ocean, dude. You can't just throw somebody off a ship for saying that they thought Charlie Kirk deserved to die. I don't think Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Some people do. They're allowed to say it. Your employee said Charlie Kirk deserved to die. That's where we're at. Everything is Charlie Kirk. When they made the song "We Are Charlie Kirk," I think people just, I think the reason they loved that song is like, we get to be victims for Charlie Kirk. Alcohol isn't for everyone. That's true. And it is it is available as hell on those cruise ships. I haven't been on a cruise in a long time. I just don't think it's worth it to spend like half a day at one of these stops and also pick up malaria from people on the cruise ship who don't shower. So I'm not a big. I'm terrified of cruises. To me, it's just one big petri dish. No disrespect to anybody who isn't a coward and goes on cruises, but I'm too afraid of cruises to go on cruises. I'm just assuming I'm going to get sick. Every time I've went on a cruise, I came home like deathly sick. So don't do that anymore. In other fun news, the DC pipe bomber has started to lay out their case and their defense in admitting that it's a wild defense. He's just like, yeah, I did it, but it's fine.
Cole's lawyer, Mario Williams, says Cole voted for Trump twice before he was arrested and charged with interstate transportation of explosive devices and a malicious attempt to use explosive devices. And he was arrested back in December. He's now pleaded not guilty to both charges. Williams also says he believes the president's pardon for all January 6 defendants applies to Cole. The lawyers are planning to make a filing with the court soon, laying out that argument that the pardon applies.
I can't wait to watch Trump's or the DOJ attorneys try and figure this shit out. He supported Trump. This was because of the stolen election claims. Everybody else on January 6th got a pardon. I'm really interested to see how Trump's attorneys deal with this argument. How do you deal with this argument if you're a Trump attorney? Either everybody that was there and it was justified and they shouldn't be charged with the crime, or it's not. Can't be both, right? Yeah, if they get stuck, Trump might just pardon him. All that stuff, all that hoopla from Kash Patel, all that posturing from Dan Bongino before they came in office. They were saying, oh, the FBI knows who the pipe bomber is, and the reason they're not saying it is because he works with, like, he's a Biden loyalist, and they're hiding it. And then it turns out it's just like a dude that doesn't go out very much and was online far too much and believed a bunch of dumb shit about the election being stolen.
Judge called this a January 6th adjacent case during the hearing. Do you agree with that?
For purposes of the pardon, I absolutely agree with it.
What do you mean?
So I think you have to employ some kind of common sense as applied to the allegations. So if the allegations are that he went out there and he set down these components and that they were found on January 6th. The judge says that it's a part of January 6th. The pardon says that you're allowed to get a pardon for everything related to.
If any of you, I was supposed to say January 6th, they cut off there. If any of you committed any crimes on January 6th, you may be in luck because of how this is worded. If he winds up being covered under January 6th, I think anybody who commits a crime that day just gets to be pardoned. We just get to say this day didn't happen. Drew said, Jen, be ready for a 1:15. I'm on a tight schedule. She's going to kill me. This is not going to end well for me. Hey, guys, if I ever...
Drew, I'm just going to remind Drew that I still have those screenshots.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Don't. It's mean for me, too.
I'm joking. I mean, maybe. Maybe I'm joking. Maybe I'm not.
In Arizona yesterday, state representatives tried to hold a press conference to show that they support ICE, and they brought nearly 8 people. We support ICE, and then got met with counter protesters. No ICE. Treat all people respectfully with due process. I love this side so much. This is just so polite and so right. And the fact is, like, they're not. This should be uniformly accepted by everybody, unless you're a Republican. And then it's like, you don't have to give people due process. It's no big deal. But they tried to speak, and the protesters had absolutely none of that. Oh, yes, printed signs. That's a good point. Who said that? Who said, yeah, how did they get these printed signs so fast? They must be paid protesters. Anyways, it didn't go well. Sucks to support ICE, doesn't it? We're not going to have this Gestapo shit without our voices being heard. D. Freezy says, Jen, what are we, yes, you and me, doing at 1 p.m.? Jen, do you have an answer to that? W-tubus.
Who was saying that? Sorry, I was.
That's D. Freezy. That was a super chat that came in.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I guess it sounds like I'm gonna have a very busy afternoon. So, someone just messaged me that it sounds like you're gonna have opposition here in a second.
Oh,
so,
good.
FYI.
All right, good. Do you think maybe that guy just drives around with his tuba and like finally he's like, I knew it. I knew I should take my tuba with me everywhere. Everybody made fun of me for having my tuba, and today it paid off. Now everybody thinks I'm a hero for having my tuba. Where can I get a tuba on the cheap? Yeah, good question. Pawn shop, I guess. Probably a pawn shop. All right. This actually just came through right before I started, so I don't have a ton of details on this, but I did do a quick bit of fact checking. Old Pammy said this past week, at the request of the Department of War, the Department of Justice and FBI executed a search warrant at the home of a Washington Post journalist who was obtaining and reporting classified and illegally leaked information from a Pentagon contractor. The leaker is currently behind bars. I am proud to work alongside Secretary Hegseth on this effort. The Trump administration will not tolerate illegal leaks of our classified information that, when reported, pose a grave risk to our nation's national security and the brave men and women who are serving our country. This is a clear attack on the First Amendment. If the person who leaked the information is already behind bars, then they must know what information was leaked, right? Otherwise, they couldn't put somebody behind bars. Now we're rating journalists. I looked, and I don't see that this journalist has been arrested. I couldn't find a single instance where they raided a journalist's home for the sources. I've no idea if that even exists. I know none have been in this country have been arrested. But this is pretty alarming stuff. The Department of Defense has gotten rid of the press. They've just ended free speech, and Republicans go along with it. We don't want free speech in the Department of Defense. They ran out everybody who is like an objective journalist, and they brought in a bunch of people who were on the payroll to do puff pieces for the administration. That's where we're at in fascism currently. That's where we're at with authoritarianism currently. We have the Gestapo, that's obvious, and now we are going after individual journalists. This administration, authoritarian administration, is suing every journalistic outlet that is sizable to try and control what they say. Now we have CBS out here. Like CBS this morning reported with no confirmed sources that the officer who shot Renee Good had internal bleeding. Just 4 days later. Now all of a sudden there was internal bleeding. No verification. They admit there's no verification. They just allowed somebody to say, hey, this happened, and then they reported it. Journalism is more dead than it has ever been dead. Like the mainstream media, whatever objectivity you thought they used to have, that's gone now. Now they're just afraid of the Trump administration. Am I promoting anti-Semitism? Good Lord, I'm trying to figure out where the fuck you even got that. For this? Is it because of this? This was Epstein's, I don't know, what the observatory. And the joke here is that Trump is going to add that as the ballroom, the replica of Epstein's observatory. Is that where he's getting the anti-Semitism? I don't know. They come in here. It's crazy, too. Like, the people that accuse me of being racist every day are like the racists. Yes? Oh, okay. No. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. This has to do with Jeffrey Epstein and this administration covering for pedophiles. That's why this is up here. Any questions on that? Are you unaware that they are covering for pedophiles? Is that news to you? We'll cover that in a little bit. But yeah, that's what they're doing. They're supposed to, if you're unaware, they're supposed to release all the Epstein files like a week and a half ago. And they were supposed to tell us why they made redactions. They haven't released the files. And they haven't explained their redactions because they're covering for pedophiles. That's why. It's a cool administration you guys have here, MAGA. I don't know, Michael, if you're MAGA or not, but if you are MAGA, it's kind of a tough administration to support right now, isn't it? The only thing, I just want them to be mean to immigrants. That's what I voted for. Eric Adams, now that he's not mayor anymore, he's gone and followed in Trump's footsteps, and he's just scamming his followers. He launched a meme coin called NYC, and after 30 minutes, they removed the liquidity. You can see here that they hit a market cap of, I think, like 100 million, and just based on the amount of investment that was coming in. And then they pulled $2.5 million out of that. Now, after they got caught, he's like, no, we still have the money. We're using it for other things now. He launched he launched his announcement of this coin saying, we're changing the game. Look, if there is no game in that you can change when it comes to meme coins, they're all scams. There's no utility with any of them. Nobody has ever changed the game with meme coins. Meme coins are gambling. Meme coins are fraudulent, but this administration doesn't go after them. Why? Because if you went after people who use meme coins and rug pull people, then you have to go after Donald Trump, who's done it twice. Right? So we don't investigate this type of fraud. Now, and Eric Adams, who's entirely corrupt, is just like, well, if he can do it, I can do it. Everybody can. Everybody's just free to scam now in this administration. If you guys are struggling and you have some sort of following, I guess go do a meme coin. Let's see. This guy Fox said, Drew out there on the talk this morning, blaming Dems for not doing enough to rein in the administration. True. Are you really? Drew's just given up. Drew can't defend MAGA anymore. He's like, well, I can't defend them, but fuck you, Dems. You didn't stop this. It could have been you, Drew. AI-generated content. Are you getting an AI-generated content warning over on TikTok, Dolphin? They give me a warning for everything. What have they sent me so far today? Have I had to appeal something yet? Oh, yeah. AI live may contain AI-generated content. Have we showed any AI-generated content yet? No. So far, no AI-generated contents. All right. Thanks, TikTok.
It could be the background.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what the AI-generated content is for. Like, unless I guess, yeah, if they're saying I'm trying to pass this off as the real White House. Okay, yeah, probably right.
I mean, who knows? TikTok doesn't make sense a lot of the time. So.
Yeah, that's probably correct. I didn't generate it. I stole it from Twitter, so I have no idea. Probably AI-generated, though. Anyways, the launch of this was supposed to be, by the way, this meme coin that Eric Adams launched, he said that it's a crypto token aimed at fighting anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. I don't know how. Here's the original announcement. It's embarrassingly bad. Like, imagine saying we're launching this slot machine to combat anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism.
Being mayor for 4 years, there are many successes we walked away with, and there are many things we could have done better. And we learned a lot in the process. And what I am seeing across the country in general, but specifically here.
Also, just a quick reminder, this is a guy who used his office to secure benefits for himself from foreign entities and should be in jail, but the Trump administration basically said, hey, if you go after Mom Donnie and for us, and if you support ICE, then we won't charge you with anything. So this is why this person's not currently in prison. But now that he's not in prison, he's like, I'll just do some more crimes.
Is the increase in anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. And our goal is how do we use up-to-date technology to address this issue. You heard me for years talk about cryptocurrency and what it means. I took my first 3 paychecks using cryptocurrency. I was not merely talking about...
To be clear, this isn't cryptocurrency. This is a scam done on the blockchain. Cryptocurrency would be a currency, right? Like Bitcoin or Ethereum. Even Trump's World Liberty Financial, those are currencies. They're meant to act as currencies. Nobody holds meme coins as currency. Meme coins are just about timing. You buy it and you hope that it goes up, and then you sell at the peak and you drop. Nobody holds on to this shit for currency, except for people that are still holding Dogecoin, I guess. I guess some of you are.
This as a flash and it's going to disappear? No. This is going to be how we are going to address many of the issues you're seeing facing not only the city, but cities in America. And one focus we have on this New York City coin is to use the revenue generated to...
This is also a bit alarming. Telemundo, CBS, Fox, NBC, and Spectrum all showed up at this press conference and gave this man air to launch a scam token. That's the country we live in. That's New York. This is New York. We're supposed to be afraid of Mom Donnie. The former mayor is openly running a scam. Telemundo, CBS, Fox, and NBC and Spectrum News all covering it like this is a legitimate announcement. This is late stage capitalism. None of this makes any fucking sense. Oh, that's Univision? Sorry, what did I say? Telemundo? Thank you. Univision. Thank you.
Address anti-Americanism, anti-Semitism, to teach our children how to embrace the blockchain technology of how to run cities correctly, as Walmart is using blockchains to...
Yeah, we're launching this to teach people how to use what they taught them is how to run a scam on the blockchain. Telemundo's there also? I thought this was which one's Telemundo? Is that well, all right? What is Telemundo's logo? Am I wrong here? Yeah, that's not their logo. That is Univision logo there. I don't see Telemundo's, but they might be there. So cool. How come every Democrat that winds up siding with you guys is just like a criminal? How come all of our Democrats that leave our party and go over with you guys are all criminals? Why does that happen all the time? You gave that guy a pass, given what's the guy's name in Texas? Now I already forgot his name. Who's the guy in Texas that that Trump pardoned? Remember his name? Musk, Ken Paxton. No, the Democrat. I love that you guys just name people that are in Texas. Henry Cuellar, thank you. Well done, Bug Powder Dust over on TikTok. Well done. All right. Here is the chart of the crash. This is what a pump and dump looks like. They launch it, everybody buys in. Right here, they dump it, and the value crashes. So all of this rise here in the green, this is people buying the coin. And as more people buy the coin, the value of each coin goes up. And then when you pull that $2.5 million, you see a crash. So all of the money that they pulled out was due to the people that they convinced, apparently using mainstream media, to buy into this token. They got all this hype, and then they just rugged them. What it looks like. I get pumped and dumped all the time. Nah, it's kind of a bit of a... I'm in a bit of a sexual lull. Thank you, though. Who's the guy that said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black? I think that was Joe Biden. Is that working? Was it about him, or was that about Obama? I don't remember. Was it about Joe Biden, or was it about him and Obama? I can't remember. God, that was dumb. God, that was a dumb... That poor guy. He never should have been president, probably. We probably should have picked somebody better. All right. After all of this, Eric Adams jumped on a plane and was being heckled by this woman. And so he decided to threaten her, which is cool.
Eric Adams, please punch me in the face. I would love if you punch me in the face. Okay, you can get fucked too.
All right?
Yeah, fuck you.
Those things are over.
Yeah, good. Thank God. Damn. I can see your ugly ass face everywhere.
Steps to her. You're going to see the Brooklyn in me. Big, tough Eric Adams threatening a woman. Big, tough guy. You're going to see the Brooklyn in me She didn't give a fuck. She just walked past. But like, what are you going to do? Is Drew really arguing that Dems should bring something to the floor here? We can't, dude. Well done in this guy, Fox. I don't know if you know this, Drew, but anything like Democrats want to bring to the floor, Mike Johnson alone gets to make that decision, unless they have some sort of like discharge petition. They have to get you then have to have Republicans get on board with them and override Mike Johnson's ability to table that. So it's not going to happen. Here we go. This was actually pretty cool. New York Times has gotten access to testimony, and they got access to this. This is from the case against not Letitia James, Georgia. Why am I blanking on her name? Fani Willis. Transcripts of a secret grand jury testimony from Georgia election interference case against Trump and his allies obtained by New York Times show just how alarmed and exasperated a number of senior Republicans felt about the president's efforts to overturn an American presidential election. The testimony given in 2022 is emerging at a time when Trump is again raising complaints about his 2020 defeat and voicing regret that he did not order the National Guard to seize voting machines after the election. He's also said he wanted to lead a movement to ban voting machines and mail-in ballots in time for the midterm elections this year. Transcripts were part of the investigative file in the Willis case there. That was eventually dropped by a friendly Trump person who's just like, we're not doing this anymore. But Lindsey Graham's in there, and he called Trump recently the greatest president of all time. But in 2022, his testimony came at a time when Trump's political future was uncertain. At that time, Graham expressed exasperation over the president's baseless 2020 election fraud claims. Remember Lindsey Graham and who he has always been. When Trump first came on the scene, he said that he was a charlatan, he was a fraudster, and that if our country chose him as president, we'd be fucked. And then then he just immediately flipped as soon as Trump had power. But after Trump loses power in 2020, and we're in 2022, Graham says, I've told him more times than we can count that he fell short. And that if you told him Martians came and stole votes, he'd be inclined to believe it. Just openly saying, like, he's just stupid. Like, what do you want me to do? We told him 1,000,000 times it wasn't stolen. He'll believe anything but the truth. He called the Trump campaign's plan to enlist fake electors in swing states where the president had lost the election weird. I don't know what to tell you, just weird. He attributed Trump's 2020 defeat in Arizona not to fraud, as Trump and his allies claim, but rather to Trump's bashing of the state's longtime Senator John McCain. And he said that weakness with suburban voters had hurt Trump in a number of swing states. The McCain effect in Arizona was real, Senator Graham told the grand jurors. And when you look through the suburbs in the states in question, you sort of had a common pattern where President Trump ran behind other Republicans. I was trying to convey that to him. That's what we found here. Trump didn't want to believe that. All the Republicans behind the scenes believed that. And we had to have 5 different investigations at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars to me, an Arizona taxpayer, only for all of those investigations to conclude that Joe Biden won, and he actually won by more than they originally thought. 5 times we had to hear that from Republicans. 5 times they had to prove it. And Republicans behind the scene are sitting here telling him. Mick Mulvaney, we've shown that clip before, but Mick Mulvaney was like, dude, we didn't know it. There was nothing we could do. Everybody that knew anything was telling him that he lost, and he just kicked us out of the room and brought in the MyPillow guy. He didn't even blame Trump for that. He blamed the people handling Trump's like, oh, his handler should have done a better job. No, if the president believes bullshit just because he wants to believe it, perhaps that person shouldn't be qualified to be president. But more importantly, because we're allowed to vote, perhaps you guys should have had some courage. Perhaps you guys should have told the truth. Watching Lindsey Graham now, after all of this, just go back on everything he's ever said behind closed doors when a microphone's in front of him and he needs Trump's support is pathetic. I'm sorry he lost, Mr. Graham added, but he lost. Mr. Ralston, the powerful Georgia House Speaker from 2010 through 2022, testified a few months before his death. In December, there was a recording of Trump that he made to Ralston in late 2020, urging him to call a special session of the state legislature to overturn Georgia's election results. Mr. Ralston recounted the call in his testimony, saying that right off the bat, I've got to tell him I disagree with him. And Down here, Mr. Kemp, Brian Kemp, who's the governor, now in his final year, became known for refusing to bend to Mr. Trump in the aftermath of the 2020 election. In his testimony before the special grand jury, he said Mr. Trump urged him to convene a special legislative session and to order an audit of ballot signatures. Mr. Kemp did, by the way, this audit now has been completed. And what it says is that there were chain of custody issues, and so they didn't get to challenge these. And that's it. Republicans have been coming in here for weeks saying, what are you going to say about Georgia that proves that he won? It doesn't. And for you, Grant, Trump won 2020 fact. You guys keep using the word fact incorrectly. You can't just say that the things that you believe are facts. Otherwise, you're in a cult. Facts are facts. Your feelings are your feelings. As Ben Shapiro said, facts don't give a flying fuck about your feelings. Fuck Netanyahu. That's a direct quote from Ben Shapiro, I think. He said, President Trump was very persistent, as you can imagine, and repeatedly asked for things, Kemp testified. And I repeatedly told him, you know what the law was here? Another Georgia Republican who testified before the grand jury was Chris Carr, the state attorney general, who's running for governor this year. Carr said in his testimony that in a call with Trump after the 2020 election, the president urged him to stop lobbying other state attorneys generals against joining a lawsuit filed by Ken Paxton, the lapdog. Paxton filed the suit against Georgia and 3 other swing states, which he lost, asking the Supreme Court to stop the 4 states from casting their electoral votes for Biden and to extend the deadline for certification of presidential electors. The court rejected that. The Supreme Court. None of these things have played out. All these things Trump was asking them to do, they've all been vindicated in not doing them. A conservative Supreme Court is like, nah. Carr testified that he believed the Texas suit to be legally, factually, and constitutionally wrong. That's a hell of a fucking trifecta right there. But he told the president that he was not reaching out to his fellow attorneys general about the matter. In his testimony, he said he told Trump that we're just not seeing the things that you're seeing. You can go read that. That's from the New York Times. And we watch in real time. You watch the chat. Like, they will only believe what they want to believe. I don't know what we do about this other than just pick them off one by one, elevate their voices. I'm starting to think that the best plan of attack for those who cover Donald Trump and for those who want to see somebody other than Donald Trump in power, perhaps what we should do is let the people, the dumb people who say this, have a voice, but make them explain how Trump won in 2020. So I offer this to anybody that's here that thinks Trump won the 2020 election. I offer you my platform. You can come up here and you can explain it to me, and I'll ask you questions. And if you can explain how he won in 2020, that's great for you. There's going to be all these people here now that go, oh, he did win in 2020. And if not, that's great. We've got a clip showing that none of you can explain how he won in 2020. But if you're in here saying, fact, he won in 2020, that's misinformation, which we're not a fan of, and you can come up and explain it. Who's my president right now there, Chief? Used wrong there. Trump is the president right now. It's not hard. I know this was difficult for you guys. This is also just a tell on their own. This happens every day. Somebody comes in and goes, who's the president? We've never said Trump wasn't the president. You guys are the ones who said Biden wasn't president. And then when we don't act like you, it's like you're surprised. And it's a bit of a self-report. You're just in here saying, like, we never accept elections if they don't go our way. And we're like, yeah, he won. See how easy that is? How many people were confirmed in positions in this White House that under oath couldn't say that Biden won the 2020 election? Why couldn't they say that? Is it because the facts weren't on their side? No, all of them said, I don't get involved in politics. Well, it's not politics. It's lies. Carrie Lake much? Yeah. All right. I want to talk about this actually real quick. There's a lot I'm going to cover today, and I'm going to fly through it because I know there's other stuff you guys want to hear about. But I do think there's some stuff that's not being reported. Brad said, have you seen the video of Marco Rubio giving Trump a note that should have been read internally and Trump reads it out loud? I did see that. That made me laugh. I mean, it's fine. It wasn't like secretive. But what was it? He said, like, go back to Exxon. Like, Exxon wants to talk. Go back to them. And Trump's like, go back to Exxon. They want to add things. I did see that. This is Harriet Hageman, and
Mr. Johnson.
multiple. I think Adam Schiff. Why is this not pulling up? There we go. Adam Schiff as well. They're talking about Trump's decimation of oversight from Congress and different government bodies who are meant to catch fraud, to catch people cheating, to catch financial crimes. And rightfully so, they bring up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which, if you are a MAGA Republican, you hate, but you don't know why you hate it. And the reason I say that is because every single person who tells you why you should hate the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is lying to you. This started with Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, and even Zuckerberg. And each one of them, when they told you why you should hate the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, told you it's because they debank rich conservatives, which isn't true. They don't have the ability to debank people. That's what they do have the ability to do is they can go to banks and financial institutions on behalf of American citizens, and they can investigate them for not crimes, but because they're not a body that investigates crimes, but they can go and they can do the investigation. If they find that, say, Chase Bank acted in a way that defrauded the customer, then they get that money back from Chase Bank. And if Chase Bank has a problem with that, they can take it to court. They can go and sue the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was something that almost everybody supported after 2008. And the reason that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau even exists is because after 2008, there was a glaring problem that we gave all of this money to the banks. And the people who lost their homes, the people who were scammed, the people who lost their life savings and their retirement accounts, those people, they didn't have any more money. So how are they going to go pay to then sue? And so the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was put in place to act on our behalf, each of us, without having to hire expensive litigators for things like maybe it's $500. For one example was Chase and Wells Fargo were required to pay back money to people who had lost money in a scam through, I think it was through Zelle. It was through Zelle. And Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was able to get that money back from Chase and give it back to the customers. So naturally, these bankers at Chase went and paid all these Republicans a bunch of money and said, go fight for us and not the people. And that's what you're going to see here.
Mr. Johnson. Young lady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to associate myself with the remarks of my colleague from Pennsylvania. I'm very concerned about the extent to which the Office of Civil Rights at the DOJ has been sidelined and underfunded. And Americans do not like what they are seeing on their TV screens. They do not like it. YouGov poll that came out in the last 48 hours showing a majority of Americans disapprove of the way that ICE is conducting itself.
52%. When she says majority, the poll said 52%.
And they do not want this to continue. They feel like it is an attack on their civil rights, and rightly so. I also want to talk about the fact that it's very difficult to sit here and take seriously any efforts regarding going after fraud from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, when one of the first things that President Trump did when he was sworn in is he went after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, an agency that is independent, and its goal is to protect U.S. consumers. That's literally its mission.
One of the brilliant things in setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is that they pulled it away from like partisanship. So although Congress has oversight, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau doesn't act on behalf of Congress. They don't take direction on Congress. They are meant to operate independently. So they get a request from you or I, and they investigate that request. And if they are able to, if they believe that the law has been broken or somebody's been scammed, they then can act on behalf of you and I and go to that bank and they can get that money back for you.
And at the beginning of his second term, Trump appointed an acting director who directed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop any regulatory activity and moved to fire 90% of the agency's staff. The staff that was literally standing up for Americans who had been victims of fraud and had returned.
Once again, just another example of this administration choosing corporate interests over all of you. They said we need to protect the banks, the corporate interests, and even more deceptively, one of the reasons that Elon Musk and Andreessen and Zuckerberg don't want the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau around is because they want to operate as banks, but they don't want all the regulation that banks have. And so by removing this obstacle for them, they can move forward on their attempts to operate as banks. They want to be payment processors. They want to act as a go-between. And so they want to pick up that 3% fee or 0.3% fee, whatever it is, for these transactions. But they don't want oversight. They don't want the government to be able to look into that. If they're scamming people or if they're not offering protections to consumers that are required by law, they don't want to be under those rules. So that's why they paid Trump to do this. That's why none of you heard about this ever. Trump never talked about this. The first time anybody heard about it was when Mark Andreessen was on Rogan, and then Elon Musk, and then Mark Zuckerberg. Those are the people who brought this to your attention, and they gave Trump millions of dollars to do exactly what he did. Stop the investigations into them that they're doing on behalf of the American people.
Earned $21 billion back to consumers who had been ripped off. And so we have an independent agency that was doing the work of protecting Americans from fraud, and this president decided to go after pretty much the one agency that was going to bat for all of us, preventing people from ripping us off from credit card companies, ripping us off from financial institutions and banks.
All right, I'm going to skip through her, and I'm going to skip through all the way to Representative Hageman from Wyoming. And now this is big business here. This is Hageman, who was paid by special interests to come in here and be the corporate interest Republican. And now we're gonna break down all of her lies. This is the Republican defense, and we're gonna prove unequivocally that what she's doing here is lying.
CFPB is one of the most corrupt federal agencies ever created in the history of the United States.
First of all, relax your fucking eyes, psycho. She's got those Erica Kirk eyes. Why? What is with the rage in your eyes? Relax.
Violates the Constitution and how it was framed. It was intentionally created so that there was no congressional oversight.
All right, let's cover these one by one. She said that it was unconstitutional in the way that it was framed, which is a fun opinion, but the Supreme Court actually did rule on this. You have the Sila law versus the CFPB in 2020. The court ruled 5-4 that Congress violated separation of powers by creating an independent agency with a single director who could be removed by the president only for cause. And the remedy for that was to allow the president to appoint the head of the CFPB. They did not rule it unconstitutional. Let's hear what she said again.
Was framed. It was intentionally created so that there was no congressional oversight.
There's clearly congressional oversight. The CFPB has to go before Congress twice a year. They have regular hearings in both the House Financial Services Committee and the Senate Banking Committee. Both chambers of Congress they report to. Congress can conduct investigations. They can request documents. They can hold additional hearings on CFPB policies. Congress created the CFPB, which they're allowed to do. And the only thing that has been ruled unconstitutional is saying that the person who leads the agency can't be removed by the president, which has been fixed since 2020.
It was created in such a way that Congress...
Oh, other thing. The Dodd-Frank Act also requires CFPB to submit semi-annual reports to Congress. So it's not even they get called in. Twice a year, they have to report reports on literally everything they've done to Congress, including their activities, rules, enforcement actions, and then plans for the following year. The director has to testify twice a year. Why is she lying so much?
did not have the power of the purse over the CFPB. The Supreme Court has found both of those two aspects of the CFPB to be unconstitutional.
That is a flat fucking lie. You can look this up. CFPB versus Community Financial Services Association of America decided May 16th in 2024. The court addressed whether the CFPB's funding, which doesn't come from Congress, their funding comes through the Treasury with the money that they get back from banks and with fines. All right, that's how they actually get their funding, and it's through the Federal Reserve's earnings. What they said, the court addressed whether or not this violated the appropriations clause and the separations of powers. Now, she just said, if you'll hear, here's what she's going to tell you the court ruled.
Did not have the power of the purse over the CFPB. The Supreme Court has found both of those two aspects of the CFPB to be unconstitutional.
It was a 7-2 vote. And they ruled that it does comply with the Constitution and the existing structure can remain in place. It was a 7-2 vote. This is a flat fucking lie. And why is she lying? Because she and Republicans don't care about you. They care only about their corporate interests. And being in here defending this today is got to be like the cuckiest position you could possibly take. The position you are forced to take in defending this is, I love it when they lie to me. They're lying about the Supreme Court, and they're lying to protect special interests who give them checks. Like, you have to be the cuckiest of all cucks to be in here going against the CFPB. She's just flat lying.
In the sense that it was not Congress that provided the funding for CFPB, but actually they basically identified their own budget receiving money from the Federal Reserve, making it impossible for the president to remove the head of the CFPB in violation of.
We've covered all. She doubled down. She doubled down all of this, on all of it. The president fired the head of the CFPB. Donald Trump fired the head of the CFPB, and she's telling you that he can't do that, and that's why it's unconstitutional. He can. They did rule that initially the president has to be able to fire the head of the CFPB. I don't actually like that decision. That was a 5-4 decision. I disagree with the decision, but that's how our laws work, right? The Supreme Court decides, so whatever they say is the law. The law is he can, and he did. So what is she talking about here? They also, again, 7-2 said that the funding mechanism is constitutional. Why is she lying to you, Republicans? Why do you demand that they lie to you every day?
The Constitution and Article 2 of the United States Constitution. I've never seen an agency that worked harder to violate the due process rights of those businesses and entities that were the disfavored entities for related to the CF.
Gave it away. She just gave it away. They violate the rights, the due process rights of the big banks. No, they don't. Because the banks have due process. If they disagree with the decision from CFPB, they can file suit. They can object. When she says disfavored entities here, I mean, I get what she's saying, but there was no retribution for the people until Elizabeth Warren created this committee, and Republicans and Democrats all agreed that this needed to happen. Why have they changed their mind now? Because the richest people in this country are saying, we don't want you regulating us. We need to keep stealing from people.
PB. I watched as individuals were forced to disclose attorney-client privilege in violation of the law. I watched as they.
I can't find any evidence of that. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I looked it up. She's not going to cite a source here.
Targeted, again, disfavored industries simply because they didn't like them, yet never were able to prove any kind of criminal conduct for those entities.
They don't prove criminal conduct, so that's just a lie. Like, I don't even know why she's bringing that up. That's not their role. They investigate and enforce consumer financial laws through civil actions. This is all civil law. They're not a criminal investigation unit. If there's criminal activity, that would be the FBI. Obviously, that wouldn't be the civil arm, right? So she's like, I can't believe they don't do this thing that they're not allowed to do.
The CFPB is exactly contrary to our very form and structure of government. I cannot imagine that anyone would hold it up as as protecting us from fraudulent companies when it itself engaged in fraudulent activities. The targeting of individuals across this country by CFPB has been an absolute tragedy. And I cannot believe anyone would claim that that is an example of a problem. What the president did in terms of addressing the CFPB was exactly what needed to be done.
Shutting it down and picking a new leader, which you just said he can't do. So now she just said that he's unable to do this, but he did it, and he needed to do it. Huh? Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, during its time, has clawed back $21 billion that directly goes to consumers. $21 billion. And she wants you to believe that getting money back from big banks who commit, I guess not fraud, but civil infractions against consumers, that's a bad thing. It's a bad thing that they were able to take this money back from big banks and give it back to consumers. That's who's fighting for you, Republicans? Did you vote for this? You voted for you to have no protections against big banks? Yeah, dude, I just like it when I'm a cuck. I just like it when I have no rights. I wish they would take away even more rights. That'd be awesome. We do want to get rid of insurance companies. That's true, Jamie. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. All right. Compare this to Zoran Mamdani yesterday. He's a commie. What's he doing yesterday?
Interesting position.
26 Presby. The CEO of New York Presby, where we are today, made $26 million last year. But for too many of the 15,000 Neisner nurses who are on strike, they are not able to make their ends meet. They are not asking for a multi-million-dollar salary.
Zoran stands with workers as mayor, goes in and continues to stand with workers. Republicans, meanwhile, stand with the CEOs. They don't care about you. They don't care about you having a living wage. They just want those CEOs to have more money so those CEOs will give them more money. They just kind of like jack each other off and then tell you to be afraid of trans people and immigrants.
What they are asking for is for their pensions to be safeguarded, to be protected in their own workplace, to receive the pay and the health benefits that they deserve. New Yorkers have a right to quality health care, as do the nurses who provide that care.
I love that. We don't have any protection against blue states blowing our tax dollars, federal tax dollars, our money in 19 being, yes, you do. You fucking moron. Yes, you do. What do you think these investigations in fraud are? That's the protection. And by the way, don't call it your money. Blue states are paying for this. Red states are recipients. It's almost exclusively blue states that are paying all these federal taxes. You guys, we have a trade surplus with you guys. We give you more than you give us. But yet we do have protection against that. Imagine right now, like if this is reversed, what we would be saying here is people can just commit fraud and the government has no way to remedy that. We're going to shut down the FBI. We're going to shut down HSI. The people that investigate that type of fraud, we're going to shut them down. If we were saying that they needed to be shut down from investigating those crimes, you'd have a leg to stand on. But that's not what we're talking. Like, compare apples to apples here. You're saying that these people at the CFPB have protection through the CFPB, and now they're taking it away. Why are you all such like tragic, dumb bootlickers? What's this knee-jerk reaction to constantly like bootlick these people? What are you getting out of this? I'm going to own the libs.
My job as mayor is to protect both of those rights, to stand alongside the working people who stand with us every day, and to build.
Is anyone going to save us from the chaos? Can this administration BS last forever? They break laws all over the place and no consequences, it seems. I don't know. It really depends on if Republicans ever find their courage or find their spine. If they ever find a spine and stop thinking that, like, if Trump gets what he wants, it will be better for them, then sure. I have more faith in generic Republicans than I do MAGA. MAGA will march themselves into a death camp as long as Trump says to do it. They won't care. They have abandoned reality a long, long time ago. Actually, these concentration camps are going to be good for us. He's there to protect us. Look, there's guards all around. Now we're protected from those evil trans people. I don't think there's a goddamn thing that Republicans wouldn't jump on board with, or at least MAGA Republicans. Whether it hurts them or not, they're just here to support Donald Trump. They're just fans.
The city where everyone can live a life of dignity, not just those with the most means. So know this. New York City will do everything.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 3 square meals a day. He's feeding us. Look what Trump's doing for the people. He put us in camps. We don't have to pay for housing anymore. 3 square meals. Thanks, Donald Trump.
Our power to ensure the sick and injured can continue to receive high-quality care, and we will do so while refusing to abandon those who have time and again refused to abandon us.
Does mom die?
All right. There's a significant difference between what's happening on the right and left. Here's Trump going to talk to workers today. And little Mr. Trump got his fifis hot here. But Heckler correctly points out what Trump is doing. Calls him a pedophile protector, which he is. He's covering for pedophiles. And Trump gets grumpy here. Now, he says, fuck you. I think the second thing he says is you're fired. I think with the motion, I think he says you're fired. Fuck you. And then I think that's you're fired, but I don't know. And then he's going to flip the guy off. Well, the guy's right. He's protecting Shocker. We talk about Trump. Nothing wrong on my end. It's all working on my end. No message here. Isn't this weird how every time we get close to talking about Trump and Epstein, isn't that weird how that happens? We back on Google? We can hear? All right, we're back. All right. They said a lunatic was wildly screaming expletives in a complete fit of rage. I think that's Trump. And Trump gave an appropriate and unambiguous response. He said, fuck you, you're fired, and flipped him off. Those are expletives. That's what Chung told. That's the White House's response. TJ Sabula, hero, a 40-year-old United Auto Workers local 600-line worker at the factory, told the Post that he was the one shouting at Trump. Admitted it, no problem. He's allowed to do that. That's First Amendment protected speech. He said now he's been suspended from work, pending an investigation. Into what? I think he said you're fired, Kevin. I'm not sure. It's hard to read from there. That's just my guess. His lips look like he's saying you're fired, but the first one's fuck you. They said he said it twice. I think he says you're fired, but I have no idea if I'm right on that one or not. As far as calling him out, definitely no regrets, Sabula said, though he added that he's concerned about the future of his job and believes he has been targeted for political retribution for embarrassing Trump in front of his friends. Facts. Of course you can say that. That's First Amendment protected speech. Why can he not say that, but Trump can say fuck you? GoFundMe accounts now more than 250K. Oh, somebody did one? Good. Sabula identifies as politically independent, said he'd never voted for Trump, but has supported other Republicans. He estimated that he was roughly 60 feet away from Trump on Tuesday and that the president could hear him very, very, very clearly. He said he was specifically referencing Trump's handling of the Epstein matter, which is a cover-up for the most prominent and famous pedophile ever. And Trump is covering for him, and that is, you can't argue that. In fact, don't argue it. We might mute you for 5 minutes at a time if you are arguing reality today. I don't feel as though fate looks upon you often, he said. When it does, you better be ready to seize the opportunity. And today, I think I did that. I love this guy. No fucking regrets. I absolutely love that. Fuck this guy. I'll risk my job. Prove what? Guys, gradual decay's here. Prove it. Prove what? Gradual decay. What am I supposed to prove? I just showed you the video of it happening. Are you saying that he wasn't laid off? What would you like me to prove? That's true. He didn't have to say protector, Claudia. Could have just said PDF. Shane, I got that one. What am I supposed to prove? Gradual decay? Your brain is not so gradually decaying. You're falling apart now. Greg, I see you saying Sasha Riley. I'll address that right now. I listened to every one of those tapes from Sasha Riley. I'm not going to cover it. I think that it lacks credibility. I went back and referenced dates with Sasha Riley. A lot of these don't make sense, just being honest. Andy Biggs, for example, was a nobody. And Andy Biggs didn't get into government until 2002. And he's saying this took place in the 80s. I have a hard time with these. Jim Jordan, when this was happening, wasn't in politics, and either was Lindsey Graham. When we say like believe victims, I think they should be heard. I think that you can listen to those tapes, but he's gonna have to provide a lot of evidence to back up those claims. I don't find much validity in those claims, and I listened to all of them. It's tough to hear. But even just on its face, it didn't make a lot of sense. Like, there's no evidence of Trump being around Andy Biggs, or Jim Jordan, or Lindsey Graham in the 80s. So I don't know. For me, that's not something I'm going to report or even say like that there's valid claims there. I wouldn't, and if I were you, I probably wouldn't claim it like it was true. You believe them until the files are released. Fair enough. These wouldn't even be in the files, though. This doesn't seem to be related there. Has nothing to do with Epstein. This guy, Sasha, had a terrible life. Terrible life. His dad was super abusive. Had multiple parents that all seemed to be abusive. But yeah, I don't know. How did your comment get SXSK3? We have auto mods. There's certain language that the auto mod flags. So if your comment was removed, it was probably because of that. We don't really delete comments out here. So it's probably an auto mod. Try and word it differently. All right. Then Trump. Oh.
In fairness, no, it's not. We do remove some comments.
Oh, we do? Fuck you.
Yeah,
then.
we do. So I guess I can touch on that since I'm here. Yeah, we'll remove if you're typing in all caps. If you've got a slur, if you've got an ism, things like that, we do delete some. We don't always time you out, but we'll remove your comment. So especially if you type in all caps, your stuff will likely get removed.
Like I said, sometimes we delete comments. I didn't know we did that. My bad.
Oh, so fun fact, I had a joke that I completely spaced earlier. Good time to remind everybody about the gift goal. And Jay, if you want to update the total, you can do that.
Yeah.
But I do have another. So gift goal, we typically go from 8:30 to noon to 1-ish Pacific time. But the joke that I missed was, do you know why there are Pop-Tarts but no Mom-Tarts?
I don't.
Because of the patriarchy.
I like that. I think it was Donna said, am I dismissing the testimony? I'm not necessarily dismissing it. I'm just saying that when I report on stuff, I'm going to report on stuff that can be verified. And a lot of the timelines in that testimony don't line up for me enough to say I'm going to report this. So I'm just careful with that. I'm careful with testimony. If more information comes out, if they're able to validate that, great. I'd say go listen to it, make your own decision. Like, do you think it lines up? I could very well be wrong or right about that. I just don't feel comfortable reporting on that. If let's just say that those are lies, like, and I as somebody who covers this, I think you could probably say that would be malicious on my end. to cover it while also knowing that some of these timelines don't seem to match up, I wouldn't feel comfortable reporting it that way. So not necessarily dismissing it, just there's not enough there for me to report on it, if that makes any sense. And there you go, Republicans. See how we don't just believe everything? See how I don't just believe everything? See how we do our work? How about some credit from Republicans? You guys want to give me some credit today? MAGA? Maybe not? All right. Trump then sat down with, I don't know who this journalist is, like Do Hoople? I don't know who this is from CBS. But pointed out something to Donald Trump. And then Donald Trump points out that he doesn't understand economics or jobs or virtually anything.
President, I'm just trying to be fair here, just trying to do my job, and I want to talk about this assembly line here.
To me, it's vibrant. Listen to the sound.
It's incredible, right?
I love the sound.
He's such a toddler. Listen to the sound. It's given so much noise. I love all the noise. This is really cool.
Sound of an assembly line.
It's incredible. But they've got one not far from here. They just idled the electric vehicle plant.
Well, yeah, but it's going to gasoline vehicles.
Yeah, it's going to go to gasoline.
Well, but why don't you say that, Tony? You can't say.
You didn't give me a chance. I'm coming there. I'm coming.
He is such a baby. He's such a baby. He doesn't even let him get his sentence out, just already. It's not fair. You're treating me unfairly. But listen to the rest.
I agree. I said I want electric and I want gasoline and I want hybrids. I want everything. But you are going to be forced under the mandate to buy an electric car in a very short period of time.
That's a lie. There was no mandate forcing anybody to buy electric vehicles. The only mandate that existed was in California that said new vehicle purchases after 2035, and I think that timeline got bumped back even further, all new vehicle purchases would have to be electric vehicles. But there was no nationwide mandate, and Donald Trump can't end that mandate in California. Has no ability to do that. So this thing that Donald Trump is claiming he ended, he didn't end, and it didn't exist.
Under the mandate to buy an electric car in a very short period of time. I didn't want that, and I ended that. Now people can have electric.
Did he? Did he end it? Did he end it? Hoodie?
They can have gasoline, they can have hybrid.
But are they going to have people to build these cars? The CEO of Ford said not long ago he's got 5,000 open mechanic jobs. He can't find people willing and able to build them.
That's a good thing, Tony.
Oh, that's a good thing, Tony. It's good that we have 5,000 jobs that are open and where they can't get mechanics to build these cars. That's a good thing, Tony. Why are you saying that not being able to manufacture these cars because you can't find workers is a bad thing? How dare you, Tony?
It's vibrant. You could also have things where you have so many people and they can't get jobs. It's true. We are doing
vibrant? What does that mean? How is this vibrant? Someone, MAGA, help me explain this. Defend Trump here for a second. Tell me why it's a good thing that they can't find 5,000 mechanics. This is your chance. Kevin, it doesn't matter if California, I already said California has the mandate. You won't ever address that Trump lied. Job growth. What do we got here? How's this good? Somebody, where's the defenders? I need you guys today. You got this. I know mostly you guys just insult me, but right now is your time to shine. No, Kevin. Yeah, they're thinking of running Gavin Newsom. That's true. They are thinking of running Gavin Newsom. Cool. The president can't just do a vehicle mandate. It would have to be voted through from Congress. So if there was a vehicle mandate, it would be Congress, not Gavin Newsom. Learn how this shit works. Anybody? Where are you guys? Are real quick to insult me. Lower the car prices. How would it lower the car prices if we have less cars? That would lower the supply, right? Demand goes up. What happens when you lower the supply with high demand? The price goes up, right? Hoodie, what did you say? There's no fucking way you're... Because they pay flat rate and warranty set times are not accurate. What? It's a good thing that they don't have mechanics because they pay flat rate and warranty set times are not accurate. What? You guys don't have an answer for this? Come on. There would be more cars available? If there's less people to build the cars, Chukotown is saying that there would be more cars available. You want to explain that, Chukotown? How would making less cars mean there were more cars available? This is tough. Come on. Just admit he's wrong. Just say he's wrong. Don't defend it. I'll give you an out here. I won't even pick on you. Just say he's wrong. Just say that was stupid, please. Let us have a little bit of hope that you guys aren't just closing your eyes and believing everything he says. Please. Because 5,000 people won't have to go to work. There you go. Without the mandate, it opens up. Chuko, I don't think you know what the fuck we're talking about, my friend. They're not talking about the mandate. He's saying that Ford is not able to get enough people working in their plant to push out gas-powered cars. What are you talking about? Dan Munoz. Okay, I'm ignoring you. Let's try this. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you saying that. Sometimes the chat goes fast. All right, you're going to have to do it again because all I see is you saying I'm ignoring you. Do it one more time, Dan. I'm looking for your comment this time. Because they don't pay well. Wait, so it's a good they don't pay well? They do pay well. At least that's what Trump says. Please, I can't scroll up any further, Dan. Just write it again. I'm limited how far I can scroll. Ford makes shitty vehicles anyways. Okay, so you don't have an explanation. Trump's wrong. Anybody who's answering at this point, you just say Trump's wrong. It's okay. You got this. Just say that was dumb. It's dumb for him to say this is a good thing. Who's going to make your cars if Ford and Chevy don't do it? It's the foreign manufacturers? Then you're going to pay a tariff on those. Cool. Still waiting, Dan. I'm sure you're writing out a long one. How do you get the good question? Probably just go on Ford's website. Sounds like if you're a mechanic, there's open jobs over there. Still nothing there, Dan. You're just an anti-Ford guy. That's fair. That's fair, shoddy. Same. Actually, I had an Explorer. I loved my Explorer. That was one of my favorite cars I ever had. I regret selling that. Just saying based off experience in M&A and HR, when he says 5,000 jobs can't be filled is good, this is common in business to say. It means we have demand pacing our supply of candidates. No, it doesn't. No, he's saying that they have a demand and they don't have candidates. It means we have demand pacing it. Yeah. That's nonsense. You're saying that you have jobs that on an assembly line that can't be filled. You're gonna put out less cars. Sorry, Dan. I appreciate you saying that. That doesn't make any sense. Also saying we have a need for 5K mechanics doesn't mean we lost 5K people. I didn't say we lost 5K people. I'm saying in order to meet production, they need 5,000 mechanics and they can't find anybody to fill those jobs. Right? Okay, maybe I misunderstood. You're saying the same thing I'm saying? All right, fair enough. So it's not a good thing. I appreciate that. Oh, it's 20 more seconds.
So well, it's hard. Now, what's going to happen is people are being trained rapidly, and you're going to have a thing called robots, and robots are going to be a big factor. I predict that robots are going to be a big factor in the future, and it's going to.
How close are we to having robots be mechanics? Do we have robot mechanics yet? I don't know of any. Does anybody know? Dude, I can look it up. So now he's just predict. It's good because I predict we'll have robots. What do? They install, maintain, troubleshoot, and repair industrial robots and automated production systems, factories and warehouses. I don't see any evidence that we have. They do it for us. They do have robots in auto plants. They do welding, assembly, painting, and material handling. So no, we don't have that. But he's just predicting. It's fine. It's a good thing, and I predict we'll have robots. Got it.
But you have a situation now where our economy is doing so well that it's not that easy to get people.
I didn't say mechanics build cars there, bud. Nobody's saying that mechanics build cars. See, idiot? No, idiot. That didn't prove the point. None of what I just read said that it would replace mechanics. Yeah, but that's the main thing. Like, again, Donald Trump is just consistently advocating for removing jobs. What's his plan for all these people once there's no jobs? What's his plan for you guys once there's no jobs? Do you know? This pipe dream he's selling you on. What's the plan? How are you going to get money? How are you going to have food? How are you going to pay your bills? If AI is going to take over everything, where's this money going to come from? Right? Because it's not like it's not like we're getting revenue from these companies, right? Relax. Yes, it's real. Nobody's talking about race right now. Fucking relax. All right. Now we have this too. Donald Trump's been caught in another lie, and now they're just admitting it. But for all of you who have been here for months on end telling us that other countries pay tariffs, here's Tim Burchett now and multiple Republicans sounding the alarm and admitting that they were lying to you the whole time.
Hey, everybody. Tim Burchett. The Supreme Court apparently has taken up tariffs this week. And
I'll answer that. Any comment on the ICE agent struck by Renee Good suffering from internal bleeding injuries? That is unconfirmed. CBS reported that, and they say in their reporting that is unconfirmed. So if we get confirmation on that, we'll report on it.
Hey, everybody. Tim Burchett. The Supreme Court apparently has taken up tariffs this week. And
ABC reported it too. What did they say? Do they have like the medical records? That's true, gerrymandering. Bruising is internal bleeding. Any bruise would technically, like, they could list it. And I assume that's what they're doing. But I'm not going to say that is what they're doing until we actually see the records.
President, when he put those on, it's really for two reasons. It protects American workers.
Okay.
Because politicians don't have the guts to do that. We've put these rules, environmental rules, and everything else.
Yeah, well, we do like one thing that protects workers is unions, but you're anti-union. So you, Republican politicians, don't have the guts to do anything to protect workers, and you still don't do anything to protect workers. And these tariffs also have not protected workers. We're bleeding manufacturing jobs. This is the worst jobs year since 2003. So no, you guys don't have courage. But a lot of people, far left, the further left you go, the more protections for workers. But yeah, that's true, Tim Burchett. You and Republicans don't protect workers.
At the urging of foreign influence, I think, and made our products unavailable to Americans because of the cost of them, and we just go out of business. You got the timber industry. You've got people lobbying, don't cut the forest, don't cut the forest. And what happens? Can't manage them, they burn down.
I don't know what that has to do with tariffs. He's just rambling incoherently here.
And then guess what? Those nice people in Canada can just dump all their lumber on us just right across the dadgum border. And you see that with coal. So that Chinese had coal reserves here in this country.
Now we're on to coal for some reason. Still not sure where we're at here, but
Clinton administration. And after meeting with Chinese officials, they turned some of our coal areas into national reserves and protection under the get that door squeak fixed. And so
Richard, he's off subject. Stop. You got off subject too. See, this is the problem with all of you conservatives. We're supposed to be talking about tariffs, and if the Supreme Court is going to rule on whether or not Trump had the right to do unilateral tariffs. We're not talking about Canadian lumber. I realize you got distracted, but it's not on subject.
Guess what? We got to get our coal from over there. They do all the energy, and then we're out of business. And actually, under in this country, before we had a federal income tax, the IRS. Guess what?
What?
We made all our money through tariffs. We didn't have an income tax. Could you imagine if you didn't pay income tax? You probably.
And then we had the Gilded Age and the Great Depression.
Still have your state and local, but they'd find a way to suck it up too. But anyway, pray for our Supreme Court that they make the right ruling. I think we're going down the right path. That's why
the reason that they're concerned right now is if the Supreme Court rules that these tariffs were disallowed and were unconstitutional, then the United States government has to pay back everybody who bought tariffs. Now, this is going to make what's his goddamn name? God, there's too many names of this administration. Who's the slick back hair guy? I won't keep wanting to say Kevin Hassett. What's his name? Nutlick. Yeah, thank you. Howard Nutlick. His company has been selling insurance so that when inevitably this is ruled unconstitutional, they're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars. And why would we have to pay back Americans for tariffs? Because they paid them. So all this money that Trump has brought in and is largely unaccounted for, we will have to give back. Meaning that the deficit that they've tried bragging about this year, all of that will be undone. That's why they're freaking out right now. They all cheerleaded Trump along the way, not recognizing that by allowing Trump to do it and not doing your job in Congress and just letting Trump rule by executive order, you're violating the Constitution. And if you violate the Constitution, all of these companies, they have legitimate claims to damages. They're all suing him, saying you can't just unilaterally do tariffs. Now, you guys might like it because you just do whatever Donald Trump says. But to a lot of these businesses, it's really fucked them. They've lost billions and billions of dollars. And if the Supreme Court doesn't rule in Trump's favor, we have to give all that money back.
You're seeing a lot of the labor folks are siding with Trump now.
Yeah.
Those Americans are back to work. We can make
No, they're not. No, they're not. Johnny said, I'm here and at the hospital for chemo. Good to see you, Johnny. Elbows down, asses up. Thank you. Adam said, where can I get some Soros bucks to go protest? Yeah, cool. Literally your party is announcing, the DHS is announcing that they're paying people to do content for them. And you're like, well, George Soros. You live in a weird world, man. You just come back to reality.
Products here, we just have to do it fairly. And it's not fair what's happening overseas. Thank you all so much for sending me.
Yeah, thanks, bud. Thanks for all of that incoherent rambling. That's what we're upset about. We're upset because you guys handed over power to a dumbass, and he's going to cost us. And here's Trump confirming what I just said. The actual numbers that we would have to pay back if for any reason the Supreme Court were to rule against the United States of America on tariffs would be many hundreds of billions of dollars. Wait a minute. I thought you took in trillions of dollars in tariffs. Didn't he say that we brought in trillions of dollars in tariffs? Wouldn't it be trillions? Oh, now we're making them. Now it's the real number. Now it's hundreds of billions, right? Did Trump claim? Let's see. He didn't say that. Let's see. He said, because of the tariffs, we've brought in 18 trillion. He didn't explain where that came from. Now, maybe he's going to say that came in through like foreign investment. He doesn't have no record of that either. He doesn't have a record of any of these numbers. He just makes it up. Here we go. What Trump's going to say if this happens is he's going to say, oh, the trillions, I was counting all of the money that people pledged to give us, which, again, like, we can't collect on that. They can just say whatever number they want. We saw Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg's like, I didn't even know what number to say, so I just made one up. He's like, nice, dude. You did that. That's what he's going to say. And that doesn't include the amount of payback that countries and companies, why is he saying countries again? Countries and companies would require for the investments they are making on building plants, factories, and equipment. This would have nothing to do with any country who has given money for plants, factories, and equipment. It would have nothing to do with the companies. They can still invest. In fact, some of these companies likely paid tariffs, so they'd have a little more money to invest. For the purpose of being able to avoid the payment of tariffs, when these investments are added, we are talking about trillions of dollars. It would be a complete mess and almost impossible for our country to pay. Oh. Huh. Anybody who says that it can be quickly and easily done would be making a false. Why would it be impossible to pay, by the way? If we collected it all this year and we haven't spent it, why wouldn't we just give it right back? Why would it be impossible to pay back? I gaslit my audience by telling them the truth. Got it. Yeah, I literally am. These are Trump's words. What do you want me to do? What's the gaslighting here? Let's do this. You guys can't use gaslighting anymore. You get muted if you can't explain it. Who was it that just said, I guess, all right, Cheesy Goya, or Goza, whatever it was. Tell me what the gaslighting was. And here's the stakes here. If you can explain how I gaslit the audience, I'll apologize. And if you can't, you get muted for 5 minutes. Game we're going to play here now. Anybody who says that it can be done quickly and easily done without would be making a false, inaccurate, or totally misunderstood answer to this very large and complex question. What's complex about this? What on earth would be complex about this? Was I ever a Trump supporter? Hell no. I'm not an idiot. I hated this. When I was a Republican and I was at Scottsdale Community College, we had to do end of the semester report in, I think it was economics class, and I did it on Donald Trump and what a fraud he was, and that was in 2008. I've always hated Donald Trump. I hated him when I was a Republican. I hated him when he was following around Mitt Romney. He's just a scammer. He always has been. Did we get an answer there on the gaslighting? How did I gaslight there? All right. Whoever that was, I can't remember the name. If mods, if you have it, that's a 5-minute mute for them for using words incorrectly and making false accusations. How dare you? It may not be possible, but if it were, it would be dollars that would be so large that it would take many years to figure out what number we are talking about and even who, when, and where to pay. What? You don't have a record of who paid tariffs? Are you admitting that your administration didn't keep track of who paid tariffs and where it went? This is the easiest thing in the world. If I collect money from all of you, I'm going to have a record of who paid it and how much. And then I'm just going to take that money, which Trump can't spend on his own. He can't just spend that money. It's just got to be sitting there somewhere. Remember he told us, he was like, they were looking at the deficit and they're like, I don't understand how we have all this extra money. And he said, did you check the tariff shelf? And then they checked the tariff shelf and there it was. Did he take the money and run with it? Somebody, Republicans that are here, somebody explain to me why what he's saying would be true here. Why would it take years to figure out who, when, and where to pay? Sounds like the OM grift. Sure does. Republicans, just good faith here. Explain it to me. Just a reminder while we're waiting for Republicans to answer, we're crowdfunded. Anything you can do to help us knock out that gift goal before the end of the live would be greatly, greatly appreciated. None of you? Oh, wait, there it is. There's Cheese G Yoiza. Somebody on YouTube, mods, can you get Cheese Gyoza and mute them for 5 minutes? Because now they're arguing something else. They didn't answer my question earlier. They got a 5-minute mute. Anybody from the Republican side? Oh, you guys are all out of answers today. Drew went quiet. Hoodie went quiet. Release the tariff files. Nothing? Courts take years? No, they don't. This wouldn't be in the court. If the courts rule it unconstitutional, then they order. And by the way, we should have a decision on this week. This has already gone through the courts. The Supreme Court's ruling on this, Larry. It's not taking years. So they would rule that they have to pay all that back. Then they should have a record. Why would it be hard? Why wouldn't we just immediately pay back the money that's just sitting there? Because that's what it should be doing. It should just be sitting there, right? Correct. MAGA destroy. Can't have freedom of speech. Nothing? God damn. You guys suck today. You guys really suck today. Not even putting up a fight. These are jabs too. We're not even throwing haymakers and you got nothing. You're just laying down. So if the consumer paid, then the consumer would be refunded, right? Yeah, exactly. And that money should just be sitting there because Trump can't spend it. Congress controls the purse, so Trump obviously can't spend that tariff revenue. It's got to just be sitting on the shelf, right? But it may have been used during the Democrat shutdown. Well, that would be unconstitutional then, Jeremy, because the president can't do that. Bill's Auto Service. One morning, you got to talk about what we're talking today. I'm going back to the deportation policy today. I'm tired of you bitches. You have to talk about what I'm talking about, or you get muted. That's our rule today. We are closing the border today. You come here, you assimilate, or we remove you. None of you? How about Kevin? So Congress is to blame for losing the money you were talking about? I'm checking my internet speed. This is crazy. All right, we're at like 100 download, 100 upload. We should be fine.
Looks TikTok looks like it's back.
All right.
So, yeah.
Is she going to vote blue in the midterms? I don't think there's an option. Honestly, I doubt there's many Democrats that she can vote for. I don't know if she can vote for any Democrats in the midterms. I don't know if where she lives is so deeply red. I don't think she'll stop voting for Republicans, but she's done with Trump. I didn't say the money was unaccounted for, Kevin. I said that if what Trump is saying here, if he's saying that it's impossible, then I'm wondering where that money went. I'm saying the money should be accounted for. The money should just be sitting there. I'm not making an accusation that it's not. I'm confused why Trump is saying that this would be difficult to pay back. It says muted. Oh, scroll in and back out. Jen, some people can hear. We'll just drop it in the chat. Jen, people, I guess if you scroll in and back out, you can be back. Kevin, you're lying. Somebody mute Kevin for 5 minutes. I never said that. I said if he's saying it would be unaccounted for, like he's saying that. He's saying we wouldn't know where to, like we wouldn't be able to pay this back. Kevin gets 5 minutes for lying. No more lying from you, Kevin. Remember, when America shines brightly, the world shines brightly. In other words, if the Supreme Court rules against the United States of America on this national security bonanza, we're screwed. Now he's threatening the Supreme Court. If you rule against me, you rule against America. You're not, no, Random Goon, you're doing fine right now. All you have to do, Random Goon, to not get muted today is stay on subject. You can call me names. You can say that I'm wrong. But you have to stay on subject, and if you say that I lie, and then I ask you for evidence of that, and you don't have any, then you'll get a quick mute. But Kevin is special. We have a short leash for Kevin, because Kevin shows up every single day. So Kevin, and he lies every day. So we've had to get a little stronger armed with Kevin. He's a repeat offender. But Goon, whoever you were, welcome, man. You don't have to like me. I like you. I want you guys here. I want MAGA here every day. I want to discuss this shit with you guys. That's why I'm asking you questions. You'll notice I'm not like engaging necessarily with Dems the whole time. I'm asking you guys legitimate questions. I want to know what you think. So tell me, and a reminder, you're welcome to come up here and debate anything that I have to say today. I welcome that. You just message JenDub1 on Discord, and she'll bring you up here. Damien, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. And everybody else, if we join the Dollar Train, we'll knock out that gift goal quick, fast, and in a hurry. this came to my attention, this next story. I was scrolling through lives. I apologize. I don't know whose live this was. It was a Republican live. I know when I went in, they said my name, but I don't remember whose live it was. And they had a headline saying, Democrats kill bill to ban AI child schmex material. And I was like, that's weird. I haven't heard about that. So I looked it up, and it's a story, I believe, from September or October in the state of Washington. I was like, this is weird. Why would they do that? So I went and I checked, and it's true. They did kill that bill. And the reason that they killed that bill is because they had already introduced a bill that said they wanted to ban this, and Republicans had voted against it. And so it had already been voted, and it was now in the different committees, and it was being voted on in each committee. So when Democrats voted it down, they said it's duplicitous. It was the same bill that they had already voted for, and by introducing the new bill, it would stall the old bill that was already going through committee. And so I just thought, like, first of all, MAGA, do some homework. Don't put up something like that, trying to claim that that the Democrats in Washington were trying to protect people, trying to protect like AI generated schmex material, especially if you're a fan of Elon Musk, whose app is generating this type of stuff, and he doesn't seem to have a problem with it. It's going to get him banned in Europe. So first of all, don't lie about that. But then the reason I thought about that is because then I saw this story. Brian Steele, S-T-E-I-L, has a new stock trading bill. It's supposed to ban members of Congress from trading stocks. If any of you have paid attention, that bill has already been voted on and is in the committees. That's already happening. I'm trying to remember which Democrat it was. It was somebody whose name I didn't recognize. The difference between his bill and the bill that's already up for a vote is that in his bill, it removes if you have money in a hedge fund. It removes cryptocurrency, and it removes real estate. Essentially saying, yeah, it's fine. They can't trade stocks, but they can trade all this other stuff. That's the difference. Republicans today are trying to undo a bill that would make members of Congress more beholden to you and I, and not allow them to go in there to become multi-millionaires. Say whatever names you want right now. Say Rick Scott, say Marjorie Taylor Greene, say Nancy Pelosi, say Chuck Schumer. Whatever names you want to throw out there that you think people have been enriched by stock trading, this would ban it. And it has bipartisan support. But the Republicans introduced a bill that will allow them to continue to trade on insider information on everything but stocks. And then they roll it out today, and they say Democrats are going to vote against this. And you're going to see this as you go out in lives and you watch Republican shows in the next week. They're all going to do this same shit. They're all going to say Democrats are against banning stock trading. So just wanted that out there before any of you know about it and predict exactly what Republicans will do. They will come into this chat later, and they will bring up this bill, and we'll be like, we covered this a week ago. And they'll be like, well, you're a nobody. It'll be the same Nick Shirley treatment. Like, he just reports something and everybody else has already reported, but these dipshits hear it for the first time, and they're like, oh, it's breaking news today. I don't know what he called it. He might have called it the Nancy Pelosi bill. Do you guys know let's look this up. Which members of Congress have increased their net worth the most? Who do you guys think it is? You're going to say Pelosi. I don't know the answer to this question. We're going to look this up. This is from Ballotpedia. Changes in net worth. Shelley Pingree. Anybody heard of Shelley Pingree? Pedro Pierluisi. Ever heard of them? Patrick Murphy, Mark Vesely, Jeff Denham, Judy Chu, Luis Gutierrez, Jerry McInerney, Trey Gowdy, Adam Kinzinger. This is obviously an older list. Trey Gowdy's on it. When's this from? Oh, it's from 2012. Let's get an updated one. A lot of those people aren't even in Congress anymore. Let's see if I can find an updated one. What's this? Quiver quantitative? Am I allowed to look at this? Quiver makes me nervous. All right, this is live, I think. Rough estimates data may be inaccurate and complete. The estimate does not include the value of individuals' primary residence or any outstanding liabilities. Okay, so this doesn't include debt or the value of their home. So James Justice, Shreve Jefferson, Rick Scott, Darrell Issa. Top 4 are Republicans. Then you get to Nancy Pelosi. Then you get to Vern Buchanan, Pete Ricketts, then Dan Goldman. Boy, Rick Scott's doing well today. Isn't Dan Goldman, isn't he like a Nepo baby too? Didn't he inherit a bunch of wealth? Mark Warner, Dave McCormick, Tim Sheehy, April McLean Delaney, Susan Delbean, Bernie Moreno, Kevin Hearn, Don Beyer. It's not like a partisan issue. So if you're saying Nancy Pelosi, that's fine, but recognize that Nancy Pelosi checks in at number 5. And Nancy Pelosi's husband runs a hedge fund. Rick Scott made most of his money through Medicare fraud, which is cool. I think James Justice, isn't he coal? Didn't he have coal money? I don't even know who the fuck Shreve Jefferson is. Or don't know how Darrell Issa got their money. But just so we're clear, Goldman's Levi's? Okay. I knew he inherited something. I remember James Comer call him a trust fund baby. Yeah, Paul Pelosi. I think doesn't he manage a hedge fund, Paul Pelosi? Well, all of it could be insider trading. You're right. But comparing their salaries to their net worth isn't always the best way to look at it. Some of these people enter into Congress already rich. Marjorie Taylor Greene, yeah, she's done a bunch of insider trading. They all have. Most. You know who has never been accused of insider trading? Bernie Sanders, AOC, Ilhan Omar. In fact, there's something going around the internet right now that says Ilhan Omar's net worth is like 30 million. And then when you look it up, it's like, nah, it's literally the source is a Facebook post. It's hard to be considered. Oh, we're back to defending Nick Shirley. Look, I agree. Nick Shirley does ground interviews, but that is a silly thing to say. It is silly to say that Nick Shirley is more informed for doing on-the-ground interviews. That would make him less informed. A more informed journalist is going to look at their books. Going to look at the funding. It's going to look at what they've reported, like how many people they reported that they have in daycare. Nick Shirley's investigation, if you believe that, like, that's fine, but we covered this all yesterday. It just means that you don't really know what you're looking at either. They get USAID money. Shut the fuck up, Larry. Shut the fuck up. Larry. I don't think Larry's real, to be honest. I think Larry is actually a troll. And I don't even think he's like a MAGA troll. He says too many like obvious dumb things. I'm almost certain that Larry is somebody on the left that's just trolling. There's no way that's a real person. There's no way. You can't show up every day, get muted every day, get mocked every day, and then say the same dumb shit. But Larry, thanks for being here and providing comedic relief sometimes. All right. I want to get back to a little bit of Trump. He met with Republicans yesterday. He's doing a campaign rally because why the fuck wouldn't he? And he said one of the dumbest things I've ever heard him say. And again, just this guy went to Wharton. He has an economics degree. It's obvious that he didn't get his economics degree by understanding economics because this is literally the opposite of what should be true. There's no economist in the world that would agree with what he says here.
You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible. In the Fed, we have a real stiff in the Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No, when the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%.
That is fucking stupid. None of that makes any sense. Let's look at the market for 100 years. What would the rate be? If we lowered the rate when the market goes up, what the fuck would the rate be? We wouldn't have a rate. And why have they lowered the rates? What has been their excuse for lowering the rates this whole year? Not that things were going well. Things were going poorly. You lower rates when people are in need of relief. So the reason that rates are coming down right now is because people need relief. That's why. This is silliness. That's the stock market for 100 years. It would be 0%. They'd be giving us money back at this point. If you take a loan for $100,000, we'll give you $60,000. Yes, dumb people can be rich. I don't know if you guys get this. Like this is the point to any of you. Who said that? Gip Winkler. You're going to call him stupid? He's a multi-billionaire? Yeah, this is what happens when you're fucking dumb and you think money equals intelligence. And it's why he can lie to you guys. Because you're admitting it here. Like, if someone has more money than me, I trust them. You cucky little bitches. This makes no fucking sense what he's saying. Historically, when rates are lower, it's because we are struggling economically. When were rates the lowest during the Trump administration? Before or after COVID? After. What were rates after 2008? They go down. Not what he said or meant. All right, let's go back. Let's do this. Not what he said. What I'm claiming that he said is when the markets go up, the rates should go down. You said I didn't say, he didn't say it. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misheard. I expect, who is that? Now we've got him mad. If you call Trump dumb, they freak the fuck out. You all have to apologize to me when he says this again.
You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible. In the Fed, we have a real stiff.
Guys, you might not be able to hear, switch headphones. This might just be coming out of one.
The Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No, when the market goes up, they should lower rates.
I'll take that apology now. When the market goes up, they should lower the rate. Trump says that they're like, yeah, I repeat exactly what he says. You're a fucking idiot, man. That's crazy. You guys, I'm just showing you what he says, then I'm showing you historical data. I don't want historical data. I don't want any of this. In fact, he didn't even say those exact words. He just said them. Here you go again.
Raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No, when the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up.
That's never been the standard. Now what he's doing now is appealing to dipshits who are afraid of change. That's now what he's responding to. Now he's talking to you dumb motherfuckers. Guys, we have to go back to the good old days. And you're like, yeah, we do need to go back to the good old days. This thing he's talking about never existed. Never. We have never lowered rates when things are going well. It makes absolutely no fucking sense. I can't disagree with him, so I'm going to make myself look like a dipshit trying to figure out how to defend what he's saying here. Dude, you don't have to be an expert to know this. That's the thing. Like, you guys are saying I'm not an expert. You don't have to be an expert to understand economics. This is basic stuff. We're not doing like this isn't some like macro or microeconomic study here. This is just basic history. When things are going bad, rates come down. That's why rates are coming down this year, because things are going bad. Now, Trump can't tell you that because he's telling you that things are going well.
Not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? You announce.
What is a woman? What is a man? America, what is a man? Find that for me. America First 21. What is a man? What definition are you using there? Give you a chance, because we're actually going to talk about transgender issues today. A man is ice. So continue doing the same over and over. Yeah, Waylander. Continue doing it. But Donald Trump's telling you that we should do the same thing over and over, and he's just lying about what it is. All right. More lies here. Here's Senator Kramer now. And now they're just admitting what they're doing. They're admitting that they are now going after Jay Powell because he won't do what Donald Trump says and lower the rates quickly. By the way, if Jay Powell came out and was like, we need to lower rates, and he was using the same math that they've always used, that would mean things were going really, really bad. I expect rates to come down. I expect Jerome Powell to cut rates one or two more times before he leaves his position.
Maybe pulling back, but maybe the point should be, if you're the attorney for Jay Powell and you want to avoid an indictment, how about you go to Jean Pirro and say, I'll make a deal. I'll step down today if you'll drop the investigation today. To me, that would be a win-win for everybody.
It's a win-win. So it's not about the rates. It's just about that Jay Powell won't do what Donald Trump says?
Well, I'd love that. I mean, we've all talked about getting him out of there.
Who appointed Jerome Powell? Is that Donald Trump? Yeah, it was Donald Trump that appointed him. You should go watch that when Trump talked about how great he was. Is Donald Trump just stupid? He hires dumb people? Is that what it is? He didn't do his due diligence before he hired Jerome Powell? Let's talk about the economy a little bit more. Here's Steve Scalise. Whoops. Not the right one. Is it? Where's the Steve Scalise one? Well, I'll show you this clip from Trump real quick. More lies from Trump here, but Republicans don't care.
We gave him 1776. Meanwhile, grocery prices are starting to go rapidly down.
Not true.
Rent is down.
Not true.
Airfares are down. Hotel
Not true.
rates are down.
In some places, hotel rates are down due to less people coming.
Cell phone prices are down.
Cell phone prices are not down.
And we're just getting started. But more importantly,
Yeah, none of that's true. And I want to show you this from Steve Scalise because this is what Republicans are doing. Ironically, the thing that you correctly were able to point to as to why Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had a hard time getting people to vote for them, you correctly pointed out that they were telling you that things were getting better, but it didn't feel better to people, and so the people didn't vote for them. So even when the numbers were going in that direction, people still voted against it. Now, in Trump's case, it's the opposite. The things he's saying aren't actually happening, and somehow MAGA's believing it. MAGA will believe Donald Trump before
Democrats.
they believe their own checkbook, before they'll believe actual prices. If Donald Trump would have said, by the way, if Trump would have said gas prices are down during that, I would have said he's correct. Gas prices are down. But all those other things, not down. Now, here's Steve Scalise to do more lying for Mike Johnson. And one of the things that bothers me the most about Mike Johnson and Steve Scalise and all of these Republicans is the way they nod in agreement as they lie. And this is just what people do, like, to get you to agree with them. They do this so that you, the dumb people watching, are like, oh, yeah, they all agree. Here's some more lies from Steve Scalise about our state of the economy.
It's really interesting when you hear Democrats yelling and screaming about the cost of things. My question is, where were those Democrats?
And notice he'll say the same things Trump did. Watch this. Why are they all saying the same things?
When they were jacking up all those costs on families for 4 years under Joe Biden? Did Democrats forget? And do they think voters are going to forget that under Joe Biden for 4 years, gas prices doubled? Yeah.
True. It was pretty normal over 4 years. And I don't even think it was true, actually. I think it went up $1. Let's see. I had this. I don't think it was quite double, but it went up. Let's go here. Gas prices, and you can see this. This is from EIA.gov. We can go to January, we need to go to January of 2017, which is, we have the chart here, actually. January of 2017, it was $2.48. And he left in January of, it went down. Huh. I was wrong about that. I must be mixing it up with a different price. No, sorry, that's Trump. I'm sorry. That makes sense. Never mind. Sorry. That's Trump. It's January of 2021 to January of 2025. I was right. Okay, that makes far more sense. In the wrong years. Went from $2.40 to $3.19. Is that double? Just quick math, double would be 484. Is 319 the same as 484? So did it double? No, it did not. It did not double. So lie one.
Yes, doubled. Did they forget that under Joe Biden for 4 years, mortgage rates doubled?
Let's look at mortgage rates. I think this was the one maybe that had actually doubled. Mortgage rates in January 2021 were roughly, where are we, 2021? Roughly 4.5. And I thought this actually gave me a better number. I thought I had it broken. Oh, there it is. 2021, 2.96. So more than doubled. And it went to like 6 point something. So true. One for two. That's not bad. 1 for 2 on their facts.
Where were the Democrats who are complaining now then?
Oh, and by the way, the government doesn't control mortgage rates. And mortgage rates go down when people are struggling. They go up when people are doing better. So the reason mortgage rates went up is people were buying, like they kept raising that rate and people kept buying homes anyways.
When they were jacking up with all their spending and their corruption that they supported, and then those mortgage rates affected hardworking families under Democrat control.
That's not how mortgage rates are determined. Mortgage rates are not determined by government spending. That's silly.
Here in Washington, inflation under Joe Biden hit its highest level in 40 years.
Notice how they don't talk about what happened, right? They always just point to that it hit its highest in 40 years. So did every country. Every country, with the exception of Japan, had their highest inflation numbers. That was probably Joe Biden's fault too, not the pandemic, right?
Where were those Democrats?
They passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which then reduced inflation down to where we're at right now. That's what Democrats did. They introduced legislation that brought down inflation, and Republicans voted against it.
That are talking about it now as it's finally going down.
It's exactly where it was when Trump took office. It's not going down.
Where were they when they were jacking it up? Interest rates reached their highest level in 22 years. Oh, and by the way, under Joe Biden and Democrats, when they were running this town, real take-home pay by workers had decreased under Biden by $3,000.
That's a lie. You can look at real median wages. I don't know. I swear I had this. I must have deleted it. But let's look at real wages by year. Pull this up. Let's take a look. Joe Biden took office in January 2021. This is the median usual real earnings, 373. And in quarter one, when he left office, it was 373. So it's a lie. You can actually Google this yourself. Google right now, MAGA. Did real wages decrease by $3,000 under Joe Biden? The answer is no. Real wages went up. What they're citing actually is an industry specific, which I think it was maybe construction. I don't remember if it was construction or manufacturing. It's like industry specific wages, and they're citing it as if it's true. And look at them just all standing around agreeing. They're not dumb. They know that they're lying.
Less money in your pockets under Joe Biden and not a...
Richard, wages are irrelevant. Taxes went up. Nope. The entire Biden administration, we were still under Trump's tax plan. They did not go up. I don't know what you guys watch.
Word, crickets from Democrats in Washington.
Yeah. Because most of what you said, Steve Scalise's lie. Why do they have to lie to you all the time? If things were going so well, you would think that they would just be able to come out here and tell you about what's actually going on, right? They just cite you accurate numbers. Yeah, Moto Dad, you can call me a dick. See how mad they get at me when I just point out that they're lying? This is the problem with MAGA. You're more upset when somebody calls out a lie than you are about the lie. You cucky little bitches, you need to be better than that. All right, I want to get to the Supreme Court stuff today. There were two cases yesterday that Supreme Court heard. You had BPJ versus West Virginia and Hecox versus Little, which is from Idaho. Both cases revolve around trans people in sports. One thing I would like to point out to all MAGA is that with one exception, which is Clarence Thomas, every single Supreme Court justice recognized that being a trans person was a legal identity and that you were owed protection. Almost all of the justices. The only one that didn't agree with that is Clarence Thomas, which nobody should be surprised by that. But just so you know, your conservative justices didn't say trans people don't exist. They didn't say that trans people don't deserve protections. They're specifically talking about what we do in reference to Title IX, which was saying that men and women both have their own sports, and you can't have more men's sports than women's sports. It needs to be equal. So that's what this is about. And so the challenges in both of these cases are whether or not a trans person, specifically actually, a trans woman can compete in women's sports. That's what both of them are about. And I'm going to show you first from BPJ versus West Virginia. I'm going to show you the conservatives grilling first with Gorsuch, grilling the attorneys. And one thing to keep in mind when you're listening to this is the justices aren't having a debate. They're asking questions, and they're trying to get to the bottom of what their justification is. So sometimes, clearly, a justice, although we know that they're going to disagree with how the conversation ends, they got the answer they wanted, and then they write their opinion. So it's not necessarily a debate. Like, nobody wins here. They're not trying their case against the justices. The justices are just trying to get a ruling here.
I mean, I think a lot of people would say, if you look at the ranks of chess grandmasters, there are not a whole lot of women there. And
the reason they're bringing up chess, I probably should have covered that before, is that one of the arguments is that this can only be applied where they believe that the trans woman would have a physical advantage. And since in chess there's no physicality, the argument is that you wouldn't have to set the two aside. Like, trans women could compete with women in chess because there's no inherent advantage.
And what does that mean? Well, I think I think that there's a sort of intuitive. I think there are a lot of chess grandmasters who would tell you that women just, like, for whatever reason, they're not as good as this.
I think chess is an interestingly closer question. I've come to understand just recently, in fact, that there are sex distinctions in the elite.
You're fighting the hypothetical, and I guess the question really is, okay, Title IX says you can't discriminate on the basis of sex.
Yeah, sure.
I understand what that means. I think I do, right? Can't treat men and women differently. Okay, all right, fine. You're saying, but it matters whether they're similarly situated, and your friends in the government.
I don't know why they only do audio. Not sure.
Like that line too. Well, there's, I got a lot of evidence that girls.
No, they're not actually arguing about whether or not trans women can play chess. What they're trying to do here, and if we're being honest here, this hearing, I think a lot of people are going to have emotional reaction to this. There is a real concern when it comes to sports that there are certain physical advantages that men have over women in certain sports. And so I'm one of those people who has always said that when it comes to trans people playing sports, it has to be fair, right? You can't necessarily give somebody with a biological advantage the opportunity then to compete against people who were not born with that biological advantage. So there is an argument to be had here, but the reason they're talking about chess right now is they're actually isolating sports. That's why they're having this discussion and saying that trans women have rights, and trans women can identify as women. They can work in a job as a woman. They can play chess as a woman. What they're doing is they're trying to narrow this down to how does this apply to sports. So again, what you'll notice is all of the justices are saying trans women. They're acknowledging that trans women exist and that trans women are protected. They're just saying when it comes to sports, this is different than a lot of other areas where they would be granted the same protections that all of us have, right? So this is just a unique area where now, and that's why the chess argument is just basically to clear that trans women are women, trans women have rights, Trans women can do what women do in the job place. When it comes to their rights granted by the Constitution, they have the same rights.
Perform a lot better in high school than boys. Okay, there's a lot of scientific evidence, or whatever, or let's just posit that, all right? Well, so I'm going to have a special remedial program for boys, and the women can't come. And because they're not similarly situated. Why on earth would Title IX care about that? It says you can't discriminate on the basis of sex in a program or activity of your educational institution.
So I think...
Why put that gloss on it?
And, Your Honor, I want to be clear. I think the task for the court today is somewhat easier in part because of the express regulations that they have actually not challenged and that do expressly contemplate exactly what West Virginia has done. So I think your hypothetical, yes, of course, is there, but I think the reality is that Congress and the agency have together kind of addressed this specific...
One other thing, they're talking specifically about high school sports. So this isn't even professional sports. This is specifically about high school sports. So we're not even necessarily talking about adults. This ruling doesn't really have an impact on professional sports, different governing bodies there. But because we're talking about high school sports, which are publicly funded, everybody basically can state their case here.
Question in a way that makes this court's task much easier. But I think the problem may be with
Maybe another answer, we don't need to rely on this similarly situated argument. Is that what you're trying to tell me, counsel?
I think you could also take that approach, yes, Your Honor. And I think the reality is that...
oh, and it's also for just post-puberty. So this is for people between the ages of 12 and 18. It only applies to them.
That hypothetical addresses a situation that's much closer to the sort of exclusion.
Guys, leave chess. We're not. Chess is not part of this. Chess isn't about sports. Leave chess. No more. Let's not talk about chess. The only reason they brought in chess was to delineate that this is different than chess. Nobody's saying chess is a sport.
The specific context that gave rise to Title IX in the first place. And so I think that the court would be much more legitimately concerned that that would detect the very problem that Congress is trying to head off in passing Title IX in the first place. But I think that really kind of puts the lie to the position that West Virginia is somehow discriminating because it's advancing the very same purpose that Congress itself was trying to advance in enacting Title IX in the first place. I mean, that's why West Virginia somewhat deliberately made its law mirror the exact same language from the express regulations themselves.
I'm afraid I've got one more question. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. No, you're...
I can do both.
No, you can't do both. That's not fair.
One other thing to remember as you're listening to this, and I'm trying, I know this is emotionally charged, and I'm speaking mostly to the people on my side of the aisle. One thing that's important when you're listening to Supreme Court cases is that they are hearing this case. So the stuff that you might add in from other cases or other realities, they're not applicable in this case. So this case specifically, and I think that this is important. The reason that I think this is important is that this is like a legitimate concern. It is a fair concern to say, we have to protect people in sports from being hurt. Now, I don't agree with West Virginia or Idaho here, but this is a legitimate case that needs to be heard. I'm glad that this is happening. But you do need to remember that the context that you may be adding in outside of this case isn't relevant to this case, so they can't consider it. They can only consider what's in front of them. And in this case, what we're talking about is in West Virginia legislation basically saying if you're 12 to 18, you have to play in the sport with the gender that you were assigned at birth. I don't even remember exactly how it's written, but it's basically built on sex, not gender, right?
That's not fair. I mean, even by our standards. You make the argument that on the basis of means solely because of. Solely. We have long said that because of means but for, not solely because of. The Rehab Act speaks of solely because of. It seems to me an awful big stretch, counsel, to say that on the basis of imports anything other than but for causation. And
for those of you that are saying there's stuff you can do to protect people, weights, if you're talking about hormone treatment that takes away your strength, that's all going to be considered here. And that's kind of the argument here that we'll get to. There's a couple of terms that are going to come up that you're going to want to know. The first is, where did I write these down? Facial challenges. So a facial challenge is basically just something that on its face you can see that that is taking somebody's rights away. A facial challenge would be something like segregated bathrooms, right? So on its face you can see that if there's segregated bathrooms, perhaps there's no bathrooms for black people. On its face, obviously that's not equal. That's a facial challenge. And then you're going to have them argue the I'm trying to remember what the other one, an as-applied challenge. An as-applied claim. What an as-applied claim is simply like, on its face it might not be, but for me, it might strip my personal rights away. And that's the argument here is, and you'll hear that the Republicans that are arguing this case are saying, well, it's such a small group of people that it does, like we shouldn't set the laws for a small group of people. And what those arguing for the trans athletes are saying, yes, but like these are as applied claims. So, for example, in Idaho, we're talking about one transgender athlete. So, of course, that's not going to strip rights away from everybody. But as an as applied claim, meaning the law as applied to them strips them of the rights. So those are the two different arguments, and you're going to hear them go back and forth on whether or not these are facial challenges or as applied challenges.
Comcast is against you there, and I just wonder why you put your eggs in that basket.
So, 3 answers, Your Honor.
And by the way, isn't the distinction here solely because of sex anyway?
Well, let me take each of those in turn, or I'll try. I don't think that the case turns on the court accepting the idea that it's solely on the basis of sex. So I think you could stop.
That's a sufficient answer right there.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Your turn.
Thank you.
Can you explain the relevance and significance of the Javits Amendment to distinguishing sports from all these other hypotheticals?
So I think the relevance and significance is Your Honors are faced with a unique set of
Okay,
regulations.
now they're talking about something called the Javits Amendment. What the Javits Amendment does is during the Title IX debates, Senator Jacob Javits added an amendment. And what that amendment does is it recognizes athletics as different from other areas. That's why they had the chess argument. Basically explicitly authorize separate boys and girls teams to ensure equal opportunity. The other thing to remember about these Supreme Court justices is they don't get to make up new laws. They have to operate within the laws that we have on the books. So this, because this is a Title IX claim, they have to look at Title IX and they have to look at amendments like the Javits Amendment here, and they have to work within the law. Another important thing to remember is that no matter what the Supreme Court rules, this can be undone by passing new legislation. Right? Like whatever they say that doesn't stand. They're interpreting the law as it stands now. So look, they're going to rule in favor of Republicans in both of these cases. And you can, I don't know if I agree or not. I listened to them. I do think that based on current law, this does kind of make sense. Like our current laws are based on sex, not gender. And so they have to work within those current laws. So when these rulings come out, and I don't think they're going to go the way that we want them to go, we have to understand that that's not the end. That doesn't mean that this is the end of the fight. It just means that we have to pass laws so that the judges can rule on the laws that are on the books. Right now, we don't really have many laws on the books that protect transgender people. We have very few laws that even refer to gender. It's all based on sex. And so they have to work within the laws that are there. And so I know that's not what everybody wants to hear, but that's how our Constitution is set up. And so when these rulings come out and people feel sad, just recognize that we can change that. We can go in and we can change the laws.
In that Congress was directly and intimately involved in both the instigation of the regulation in 1974 and then sort of...
And in that law referred to the nature of particular sports, right?
It did. So what they said was, we want you, the agency, Hugh, to go ahead and implement Title IX writ large. And it called out one specific problem that I think arose on the floor about whether Title IX applies to intercollegiate athletics, in particular intercollegiate athletics. And I would say...
Yeah, but Chef Joseph, our Constitution doesn't mention women, but it's a living and breathing document. And so Title IX is constitutional. It's not written in the original Constitution, but it's constitutional. It's a law that's on the books, and that's how the Supreme Court rules.
But extended to high school by the regulations. But ruling for you on sports does not open the door, in my view, given the Javits Amendment, to the chess club necessarily. That could be separately analyzed, but it doesn't follow from a law that
Thanks,
says
Belinda and
sports.
Rory.
That's exactly right, and that's exactly why we were trying to make your job easier in the sense that we took the language expressly from the regulations and mapped it over under our own statute. So there's really
Thanks,
no
Susan
debate.
and Holden.
If it's outside the context of Title IX, it's outside the context of our statute. So at that point, the court's analysis is done. But I think when you have a regulatory scheme where Congress was specifically involved, in fact, undertook a review, then that's exactly the sort of regulation that even in a post-Lover Bright world continues to have importance because it's long-standing, continuous, contemporaneously issued, all those sorts of check boxes that this court under a Skidmore framework continues to place substantial weight on. So I think that makes the court's task relatively straightforward.
And what about Bostock?
No.
You want to deal with Bostock?
And by the way, we'll get to some of the more liberal justices. Now they're going to talk about a case called Bostock versus Clayton County. What that holds is that Title VII's sex discrimination includes sexual orientation and gender identity in employment. But the argument from the Supreme Court in this case was that it doesn't automatically extend to Title IX. So now they're using a ruling really from this court. And this is why like people are worried about Heritage Foundation. Is Heritage Foundation, these lawyers, they've been working on this for decades. So the Bostock versus Clayton ruling, where they were able to separate Title VII's discrimination laws, which include sexual orientation and gender identity, they were saying, well, that's fine in employment, but it doesn't work in sports. And so there is like precedent here. It's their own precedent. It's this Supreme Court largely who came up with that precedent, but now that's why they're going to this Bostock claim.
I think, so I guess it depends on the way in which you mean it. Does it deal in Bostock?
If an employer said we're going to fire all the transgender women,
right,
that'd be a violation. If a school...
That's the Supreme Court. That's important. That's the Supreme Court acknowledging that gender identity is a protected status. And this is probably where like people on the side of people who are fighting for transgender rights, this is something that they should probably lean into. Now, this Supreme Court doesn't like that argument at all, but they just for the Republicans here, who your position is that trans women are men, the Supreme Court disagrees with you. The Supreme Court is telling you that not only are trans women women, they are offered the same protections everywhere but apparently high school sports.
Says we're not going to allow the transgender women to play sports. You say that's not a violation. Both statutes use the term sex. Can you explain?
I think the reason why is, well, to be clear, our statute is very different from a specific choice to say a transgender person shall not participate because of their transgender status. And I think that really is what makes the difference between this case and Bostock. Bostock is attacking status-based discrimination, and West Virginia would, I think, be in a much different position if we had just said transgender persons shall not compete. But that's not what West Virginia.
What if it said transgender women and girls shall not compete in women's and girls' sports?
I think, again, that's a much closer question. I think if we're talking about engaging with the actual status.
You think you could lose under Title IX with a statute that said that?
I think Bostock, is, now I understand Your Honor's question. I think Bostock raises an interesting question as to whether that reference to transgender status would in turn implicate the sex status that Title IX is meant to address. But ultimately, I think the court doesn't need to address that because you can stop at the first step, right? You don't have an actual transgender exclusion that would give rise to that kind of linkage of analysis.
All right, so just basically, this is the first case. We're done with that video. Basically, here's where we're at. And I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to say the Supreme Court is going to rule on this. And I think it's going to be like a 7-2, 6-3 ruling. I think it's going to be overwhelming because, and if it's not, I do think it's going to be hard for liberal justices to justify this based on existing law. I did talk to some lawyers this morning who agree with that. Based on existing precedent established by the Heritage Foundation buying judges, based on existing law, I think is going to be like a 7-2, 6-3 ruling. But the argument is that the state of West Virginia is saying that under Title IX and the Javits Amendment, that you have to have sex segregated fairness, and because at that time sex was understood and gender was understood to be tied to sex, they're saying you have to take that historical context into play. And when they made this ruling, or when they passed Title IX with the Javits Amendment, that gender and sex were kind of the same. So I do think that this is going to be a decision that we don't like. I think this is going to be a losing effort here. But again, there are places that you can look at this case and say, like, where do progressives need to go? What can they build off of? You're going to need new laws because you have too much precedent against this now. You're going to have to change some laws, and then those laws will be challenged to the Supreme Court, and these are the type of hurdles that you're going to have to overcome. So that's what's going to happen in West Virginia. The second case is Hecox versus Little in Idaho. Now, this one is kind of interesting. It's targeting a single girl. Her name is Lindsay Hecox. She has actually said that in order that she will not compete in sports so that they don't make this an as-applied claim. But basically, Idaho has taken one transgender athlete and said, this is unfair. I don't really think that in looking at her performance, I don't think that it's been unfair. But that's their argument. And they're citing West Virginia. They state biological advantages. And then that they would argue that there's an undue burden without evidence of harm to cisgender athletes. So that's the two arguments there. Hecox, it's Hecox. I see what you're doing there. So the state here is going to have to show a legitimate purposes, and then the challengers will fail if they can't show any similarly situated cisgender girls are treated differently. So in this case, the argument really, and I think there's a better case here. I think they're going to lose, but this one's a weird one because what they're arguing here is that there's physical advantages. But like Riley Gaines, for example, Riley Gaines has a physical advantage over almost every female swimmer. Almost all. I mean, she was 5th in the country. She was one of the best swimmers in the country. Would be a good example. What is her name? Who's the basketball player that got stuck in Russia? I'm forgetting her name now. She has a physical advantage. She's like 6'11". So this is a weird one because I don't think they have a good argument here. Because now you're just arguing biological differences, and if you're arguing that it's unfair based on biological differences, then you have to acknowledge that there's already biological differences that come into play. Like if you're 4'10" and slow, you're not going to make the basketball team. So this one's going to be a little bit harder, but let me show you. This was Justice Alito, and the question is, if female athletes are opposed to, well, actually, I don't think that's not a good summation, actually. This is just Alito.
Well, to pick up on the
He brings
issue,
up bigotry, which is kind of weird. Like it shouldn't be part of this case. Accusations of being a bigot wouldn't be in consideration here. You see the veil slip a little bit with some of these conservative judges when they'll sneak in their own personal opinions, which definitely shouldn't be involved in this case.
Of discrimination on the basis of transgender status. Let me just go to some basics. Do you agree that a school may have separate teams for a category of students classified as boys and a category of students classified as girls?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks, Jamar. Thanks, Stacy. Thanks, Ryan. Shane said, just a reminder, MAGA is mad we don't act like they do because they are petulant children. Thank you very much for that. Reminder, guys, as this is going on, we do rely on your generosity to keep this going. If you can help donate to our daily goal, that'd be greatly appreciated.
If it
Brittany
does
Griner,
that,
thank
then is it not necessary for there to be, for equal protection purposes, if that is challenged under the Equal Protection Clause, an understanding of what it means to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that definition? For equal protection purposes, what does it mean to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
So now they're talking about Title IX. What is the equal protection under Title IX? How does that apply here?
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. I think that the underlying enactment, whatever it was, the policy, the law, we'd have to have an understanding of how the state or the government was just understanding that term to figure out whether or not someone was excluded. We do not have a definition for the court. And we don't take issue with we're not disputing the definition here. What we're saying is that the way it applies in practice is to exclude birth-sex males categorically from women's teams, and that there's a subset of those birth-sex males where it doesn't make sense to do so according to the state's own interest.
Well, how can a court determine whether there's discrimination on the basis of sex without knowing what sex means for equal protection purposes?
I think here we just know we basically know that they've identified, pursuant to their own statute, Lindsay qualifies as a birth-sex male. and she's being excluded categorically from the women's teams as the statute. So we're taking the statute's definitions as we...
I missed that the first time. Lindsay Hecox, is she... said she's a birth sex male? Does she have a condition? I missed that the first time. Does anybody know about Lindsay Hecox here? Is anybody up to date on this? Oh, I'm looking. Let's see. She receives, let's see. Pepper Jackson. Ms. Hecox, who attends, let's see. Oh, yeah. Since Boise State sued in 2020 to try out for the women's track and cross country teams, she failed to make the teams and instead participated in running and soccer. Ms. Hecox, who receives testosterone suppression and estrogen treatment, moved to withdraw her case in September and said she would refrain from playing school-sponsored women's sports. She cited negative public scrutiny. I don't know. That's what they're citing. I don't know what the condition actually is there. Birth sex, male, gender assigned at birth. Is that what that means? Interesting. I need more details on her. I'll look.
Find them and we don't dispute them. We're just trying to figure out, do they create an equal protection problem?
All right, suppose this school that has a boys, let's say, track team and a girls track team. The school has that.
Thanks, Belinda.
And a student who has the genes and the reproductive system of a male and had those at birth and has never taken puberty blockers, never taken female hormones, never had any gender altering or affirming surgery, says, nevertheless, I am a woman. That's who I am. Can the school say, no, you cannot participate on the girls' team?
Sorry, so you're just a birth sex male who has all the advantages of birth sex male hormones, and can the school bar him from the woman's team?
I just want to point out the nuance from Supreme Court justices that is absent with MAGA. Like, these are conservative Supreme Court justices. If they can have nuance regarding gender, and they do, and if they can identify people by their gender, then you can too. You don't all have to be bigots. It's not lawful to be a bigot. And they're confirming that too. Like, your bigoted stance on trans people outside of sports, if you have this take on trans women outside of sports, not only are you a bigot, but that type of discrimination, if it enters the workplace, you can and will be sued. It's against the law. That's why they're using this language. This is according to their Supreme Court cases and precedent.
But that person, is that person not a woman in your understanding? If the person says, I sincerely believe I am a woman, I am in fact a woman. Is that person not a woman?
I would respect their self-identity in addressing the person, but in terms of the statute, I think the question is, does that person
I have a family member who identifies as they, them, even though she was born a woman, and I don't play along. Oh, yeah, fuck you. Stop being a little bitch. How about that? I refuse to identify people how they want to. I'm so fucking tough. No, you're a bitch. And the Supreme Court aren't, at least they're not bitches like you.
Sex-based biological advantage that's going to make it unfair for that person to be part of the women's team, and that's the rationale for the regulation, and so that's the way we would be testing that hypothetical.
Well, the reason I'm asking has to do with discrimination on the basis of transgender status. So what you seem to be saying is, yes, it is permissible for the school to discriminate on the basis of transgender status, because if this person is a trans woman, a trans girl, and is barred from the team, from the girls' team, then that person is being subjected to differential treatment based on transgender status, right?
Well, that would be, then the question would be whether it was, the scrutiny would be satisfied. So from our perspective, that would be a transgender classification. It would get heightened scrutiny, and it may be satisfied here because of the need to have, to curtail unfair athletic advantage. That would be the analysis. We are not pressing.
So now here's where they're acknowledging, right? They're saying, look, we can acknowledge that there can be unfair advantages, but in this case, This would be special circumstances. And now the responsibility falls on the athlete, right? So if you have certain qualifications, if you have hormone levels, if you have testosterone levels that you have to meet, now it falls on the person. And so then you still have equal protection, you still have equal opportunity, but you have to jump through hoops in order to meet the standards. And what I mean, this is sensible. I don't know, like, I don't even know how you can really argue this. Like, if it's about fairness, then if it's fair, it's fair, right? So if you have people that are competing with the same athletic ability, the same strength, the same level of testosterone, then who cares what's between their legs? At that point, then it's just like you're a bigot. You're like, oh, I need my bigotry to be the law. But if it's fair, it's fair. And they're acknowledging that, like, there can be instances where it would be unfair, and in that case, it's the athlete actually has to meet the requirements. That's fine. That happens already, right? If you're receiving like Chael Sonnen, he was a MMA fighter. He got banned a bunch of times for what? For elevated testosterone. You had the boxer in the last Olympics that all of you guys still are convinced was a trans person who wasn't, that had elevated testosterone levels allegedly. They all wanted banned. Like, we already test for this stuff. So whatever your genitals are don't really matter. If it's about fairness, if it's about protecting, then who the fuck cares what type of genitals you have, unless you're a weird person. Like, I don't know why you guys are worried so much about genitals, but it's a weird fucking thing that you guys do. I think that's a good argument. I don't think that this one will be a 7-2 or 6-3. I think we're likely going to see a conservative majority here, but we might even have some conservative dissent.
In this case, the notion, and the case does not require the court to decide whether transgender women who've gone through puberty and have not suppressed their...
I love that too. Like, it doesn't matter what someone identifies. You can identify as whatever you want, but don't expect me to allow you to use a woman's washroom. You don't have the ability to allow anybody to use a bathroom. You don't get any say in that. It's silly. Why are you obsessed with bathrooms so much? This is like, you guys can't even stay on subject here. Oh, my bigotry's getting in the way. I gotta say bigoted shit. You're not tough for hating trans people. You're a bitch. You're a small-minded bitch for hating trans people. If you want to argue that there's unfairness in sports, fine, make your argument. But, like, all you're doing is bigotry.
Testosterone would be able to play on a men's team. And the record here is a preliminary...
Captain, this isn't about Title IX. Wrong case. We already did the Title IX. I agree with you. Title IX is about sex and not gender. We've already acknowledged that. We're on to the next case. Please stay with us.
One where that doesn't present that question for the court.
When this does present a particular factual situation, and we have to decide that case, but looking to the broader issue that a lot of people are interested in, there are an awful lot of female athletes who are strongly opposed to participation by trans athletes in competitions with them. What do you say about them? Are they bigots? Are they deluded in thinking that they are subjected to unfair competition?
First of all, yes. Second of all, this is not an appropriate question for a Supreme Court justice. This is not an appropriate question for this setting. It doesn't matter what she thinks. Being a bigot is a label. It's not illegal. You can be a bigot. This is inappropriate, and this is where it kind of pisses me off when they're trying to feign objectivity, but then it slips out.
No, Your Honor, I would never call anyone that. And I think what we're saying here is that you have to, that's the reason why there is intermediate scrutiny, or even in rational review, you don't legislate based on undifferentiated fears. You base on trying to make a rational response to what is a perceived issue. I think here, although I would take issue with the notion that there was no reference to transgender individuals in the creation of this law, I really would direct the court to JA. Again, this is not about animus. I'm just saying that if you look at JA, pardon me, I need my JA 105 through 112, there are numerous references from the sponsor of the law saying the way we're going to try to protect women's sports is to not have transgender women play on the women's teams, and that was the fear that they had at the time. Again, that is not an accusation of animus. It's just a question of what was the statute doing, and then we go to the point of, does the statute survive heightened scrutiny? That would be the inquiry.
Do you think that the success of trans athletes in women's sports is proportional to the percentage of trans athletes who participate in women's sports?
I think I would direct your attention to, there's I want to make sure I have the right amicus. There's an amicus brief that talks about some of the.
All right, Nicholas, let me engage here. Nicholas, you say just the fact about muscle and bone density should be enough. Okay, let's just assume then, Nicholas, that there is some sort of treatment that allows a trans woman's muscle and bone density to be equal to somebody who was assigned that gender at birth. Then, if they're equal, then should trans women be allowed to play? Nicholas? Because the thing is like I'll engage in this, but I don't think that that's actually your take. I think that I think you've started with trans women shouldn't be able to play in sports. No, I'm asking you a question. You're so strange. I'm asking you a question. If the follow-up question's difficult for you, don't make points in the chat if you don't want me to respond. Let's walk through this. If a trans woman's bone density and muscle is the same as somebody who was assigned female at birth, then would you still have a problem with it? I'll wait. It's pretty easy. It should be yes or no. Do we have a runner? You guys think we're going to have a runner now? Men should never compete against women. These aren't men. These are trans women. They've all said that these are trans. This isn't about men versus women. It's about trans women and women. Nicholas, are you leaving? Did Nicholas run away? 10 seconds, Nicholas, to answer that question, or then I'm going to just let the mods know that the next time you speak, we have to mute you for a while. You can't be in here asking me questions and calling me weird and then run away when I ask you a follow-up, Nick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's what I thought.
There are examples, obviously, of some transgender people that have participated in
By the way, just for those that are here, the studies are true. Like when you do hormone replacement therapy, they have shown that the bone density and muscle advantages actually go away, and they're on equal playing ground, sometimes even below. So that's why I asked that question, and it's why Nick's not answering the question, because Nick probably actually knows that. And his position is trans people are icky and they shouldn't exist, but he doesn't want to say that, so he's making arguments that he knows are dog shit. So, I don't think that this is really about fairness for any of you. I think this is about if you think trans people are icky or not. Which again, you can go look at these studies yourself. Well, if it's so unfair, why'd Leah Thomas take 5th? Why didn't Leah Thomas take 1st? What happened there? It's such a huge advantage. How was Leah Thomas 5th? How did her bone density and muscle mass go down? Why did her times get so much slower as she transitioned? What happened there? What about the locker room? What about the locker room? Stop looking at people's genitals. Grow the fuck up.
They actually are few and far between. You know, we have our client here who tried to make the NCAA team because of the injunction. She was too slow. She played club soccer, club running. She was even an officer in one of those clubs, just doing what you would hope a college student would do. You'll hear from my colleague about the other case. But I do think that, and there's a brief that you, in the amicus briefs, that will share the examples of showing that's a bit overstated.
Would the analysis be different if they were more successful?
No, I think it would be, to the extent...
For the record, we don't have to get... this seems to be settled, Travis touched on. You said, let's get our terminology straight first. What is your definition of woman? It's settled. Lawfully, it's settled. That's why all these Supreme Court justices are saying trans woman, cis woman. They've already settled it. That trans women exist and they deserve the same protections that women and men get all over this country, with the exception of high school sports. That's what the argument is here. So you've already lost that one. We're long past that. They've already decided that trans women exist and they have protections. So it's a dumb argument for you to even try and have right now. Go argue with the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court rules that you're wrong, or that I'm wrong, then we can address it. But the Supreme Court's on my side, and we're talking about the law right now, not your weird ass opinion.
And we've already covered that transgender people are a meaningful slice of the population, but a small slice. I think the state, if there were a concern of women's sports being fully overrun by an outbreak of a huge new number of transgender people, that might be a different factual situation. In the end of the day, and we understand that there were legislators who were concerned about that. The legislative history makes that clear here, but that wasn't the factual basis before the court. If there were actually a threat to women's participation in women's sports, that could be a different analysis, because obviously the goal of sex equality in sports is a very important goal. We don't take issue with that. We just would say that I think this is an important moment to just take a step back and say, is this law actually responding to a problem in a rational manner, or is it actually overreacting on the presumption that transgender women are categorically going to be strong athletes when that's not the case?
Correct. And that's what this one will be decided on. I think there's a great legal argument. I actually think that the legal argument from Hecox versus Little is a good argument, because this is clearly targeting a single person in Idaho. There's exactly one trans athlete in Idaho, and she's not even in high school anymore, so she's not even there. So this is clearly targeted legislation at one person, and their basis for this legislation is biological advantages. And because she didn't have a biological advantage that they could measure, I actually think this is a really good case. Now, do I expect the Supreme Court to rule against it? Absolutely. Or for it and to uphold it? Yeah, they're going to uphold it. But I do think it's going to be like a 5-4. It's an easy argument. I don't think there's anybody outside of the courts that could make a solid argument here that this isn't targeted at one person. Of course, it's targeted at one person. There we go. All right, moving on. Bigots, there you go. You got your fill. You got to yell about trans people. I don't know why you guys are so fucking obsessed with that. In both these cases, we're hearing 2 Supreme Court cases that literally apply to one person in each of those states. And this is what's very important to you. But let's get to Donald Trump's accomplishments. Let me read some chats real quick, and then I'll get there. Damien said, appreciate you guys. Thanks, Damien. I got that. Not here from Jen. James said, thanks for keeping us informed. Got that. All right, we're gonna talk about some Donald Trump foreign policy now, and I just got to say, he is this dude is setting records. Nobody sets records quite like Donald Trump, and he has set a record that nobody has ever even come close to touching. He is the first U.S. president to bomb seven separate countries in 1 year. So let's give it up for no new wars. Let's give it up for we're not the world's police. Let's give it up to no regime change Trump, setting the record. 7 separate countries we bombed in 2025. Give it up for Donald Trump, that peaceful motherfucker. Let's give it up to him. 12 days ago, Donald Trump went to Truth Social and decided to speak directly to the Iranian people, where he said, if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. He didn't come to their rescue. I think 2,000 plus have died. So maybe they don't know. But we're used to Donald Trump saying that he's going to do things like release a health care plan, release his taxes, lock her up, build the wall, make Mexico pay for it. We're used to him saying, I'm about to do something, and then he never does it. But for the people in Iran who might have believed that he was going to come to their rescue, unfortunately, they were just led to slaughter. And we didn't do anything about it. Some reports unconfirmed are at 12,000. Jesus. Admittedly, I think 2,000, that number was from a few days ago, so I imagine it's bigger than that now. But yeah, which is fine. I personally don't think that we should be involved with Iran at all. I don't think that Trump should be cheerleading that insurrection. I don't think he should be promising that the military will intervene. But for whatever reason, Republicans like Mark Lee Harvey, McMuffin, McStuffin, McMullen seems to think that we should go into Iran. And repeating again that this guy's a fucking idiot. And he has the ability that many Republicans have, where he will say something to you, then he will say the exact opposite, then you'll be like, wait a minute, you just said the opposite of what you said 4 seconds ago, and they'll say, no, I didn't. Here in one 2-minute clip, he is going to advocate for regime change and also say he doesn't believe in regime change and we don't do it.
Well, I would support removing the regime that's killing their own people. Reports are coming out right now that the number could be 12,000 to 20,000. If it's 12,
okay. I support removing the regime. That's what regime change is. That's what a regime change war is. If the Iranians remove the regime, that's not us doing a regime change war, right? That's just a regime change inside of Iran. But the regime change war is when we go to other countries and we knock off their leadership for a regime change. It's basically caused most of the problems we have in this country. It's a large reason why we're in so much debt. And we do this for rich people to get access to minerals. In this case, if we do a regime change, it's just because we're Israel's bitch for some reason. Some reason we have to go fight all of Israel's wars for them.
Taking out the Iranian.
Yeah, I did say he didn't build a wall. I live in Arizona. Guess what? He didn't build a wall. Are you unaware of this? Are you unaware that Donald Trump didn't build a wall? Is this news to you? There was a fence there already, and it's still there. He didn't build anything. Like, he built like a couple miles of fence. He did not build a wall. He did put up some fencing, but mostly he just left things how they were. Are you guys honestly unaware of this? There's multiple people here that are saying he didn't build. Do you think he built a wall? This is fucking with me. Are we dumber than I thought you were? Maggot, raise your hand if you think he built a wall, please. I please don't see a lot of hands. I believe in you guys. Al Chef, congratulations on being the 80th person to say I live in my mom's basement. Come up with your own insults. They suck. Mexico paid for it too. Yeah, sure they did. Yeah. It's invisible. It's an invisible wall. Mexico did pay for it, but the money they paid was also invisible. That's crazy. All right, keep going here with advocating for regime change.
The number could be 12,000 to 20,000.
Okay,
If
so
it's
you're in favor of
12,000,
taking out the Iranian regime.
I am at this point. They're murdering their citizens. Now, I want to just use a factual number that is in everybody's mind. If that number is true, it's 12,000 and 20,000. Let's just use the 12,000 people that they're saying that's already been killed that we know of. That's 4 times the amount of people that was killed on 9/11. And that's happening at the...
Well, that's a good point. Stickers for cookers. Steve Bannon raised some money to build a wall, and then he stole that money, and then he went to jail for it, and then Trump pardoned him because he doesn't mind if people scam his own followers. He doesn't give a fuck about any of you. If you get scammed, Donald Trump will he will pardon the person who scammed you because they're likely a rich person, and that's who he's for. He's not for you guys.
This murderous regime, and what we want to do is give the Iranian people an opportunity to get their country back.
And we don't even know the full scale of it, obviously. One question that has been raised, though, is the president said, if they kill protesters, I will get involved.
Right.
He said the United States will come to their rescue. We saw video last night of people in body bags. It's clear that they have killed protesters. Do you worry that he risks, if he doesn't respond, a red line moment like what Obama had with Syria?
No, well, as we know, the president doesn't bluff. He
I forgot about that part. I forgot. Mr. Taco doesn't bluff. No, this guy never bluffs. That's why Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, they're all sitting in jail. He never bluffs. This is crazy. Guys, are we North Korea or what? We can't be sucking this guy's dick like this. We just can't. You guys can't talk about like freedom, and you can't talk about like how great our country is when we just openly are sucking his dick lying. Donald Trump has never caved on anything. He doesn't back down. He backs down all the fucking time. Remember when he said that not to release the Epstein file? I guess maybe he actually did stand up on that. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. Don't sign the discharge petition. We're not going to release the files. Okay, sign it, but we just won't release it. Yeah, maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. He doesn't back down when it comes to covering for pedophiles. But when it comes to everything else he promises, it doesn't happen.
Who's on his own time. Everything that he has said he's able to do.
Tell us what he's bluffed on? Cool. I'll tell you. He bluffed on locking up Hillary Clinton. He bluffed on locking up Barack Obama. He bluffed on building a wall and making Mexico pay for it. He bluffed on releasing a health care plan. He bluffed on releasing his taxes. Yeah, he was called Taco for like the first 6 months. Why was he called Taco? Because he kept threatening tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and then he would just back down. He bluffs all the time. All the fucking time.
And I believe these will be very coordinated, direct strikes. Remember, our military is always in a position to give the president options. We knew this was a possibility, even though we're not into regime change. We're not. This isn't the Arab Spring like happened underneath Secretary Clinton. But this is the people of Iran standing up to a murderous regime. And if that leadership is going to
agreed. First of all, this is the Iranian people standing up to a murderous regime. The Democrats or Republicans are going to do this thing again, where when we point out that we don't want to do regime change wars, they're going to be like, oh, they must love Iran. No, we just don't want to do regime change wars. They never work. They've never worked. Give me an example, Republicans in here. I know you guys are very upset with me right now. Give me an example of a time we have done a regime change war and it worked out. Let me know.
Their own people, the president said, we'll come to your rescue.
But you just said you are for regime change here.
No, I said I'm for the strikes. I didn't say,
you said before that you're for taking out the regime.
Yeah, absolutely, because they're the ones murdering their own people.
That's a regime change. We didn't... Somalia? South Korea? What do we do in South Korea? Tell me about that. And tell me about that. What happened in South Korea? Anybody? Dennis Rodman, that's North Korea. What'd we do? Waiting. The regime? What do you mean the regime? You don't know? Boy, you know what made MAGA the most mad today is when I laughed. Sorry, guys. Sorry for having a little joy at how dumb he is. South Korea yeah, but we didn't do that. I think you meant flustered, John McCafferty. You said blustered, but I think you meant flustered. We didn't do that. So when's the time when we went in and decapitated the leadership and it worked out? Trump is dumb, and I do laugh. My bad. I don't think we're a dictatorship, and no, we're not Iran. Good try, Mondo Parra. I think we are authoritarian. There's a difference between authoritarianism and dictatorship. I think that this is willful by you guys. I think Republicans, although we still have like the facade of democracy, Republicans have just given all control to Donald Trump. He's in charge of everything. Every decision he decides on, Republicans just go with it. So I think that's authoritarian. No, nothing? Got it. All right.
That's different than regime change. The regime change is up to the Iranian people. We're not going actively to remove the regime. We're going after the people that are killing their own people, and that happens.
That's the regime. This is what I mean when I say like he's dumb. No self-respecting person could utter these words. We're not going after the regime. We're just going after the people doing the killing. That's the regime. That's the point.
To be the regime.
But just to be clear, you support taking out the supreme leader.
If he's the one that's calling these airstrikes or the killings of his own people, then absolutely.
Okay, but that would be regime change.
At that point, the Iranian people have spoke. They want a regime change. It's obviously they want regime change. You see them. The president has warned them.
I know. They just, words don't mean anything to MAGA. They just come out. The words just come out, and they're like, I'm not going to use words correctly here. Draco said, chugga, chugga, choo, choo. Thanks, Marianne. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. We got about an hour left before Jen has to go. I can stay a little bit later, but Jen's going to probably bug the shit out of you for the next hour. If anybody wants to help us knock out that gift goal, that'd be greatly appreciated. Q in the chat calling me a grifter. Looking forward to that. Mom's basement, beggar, all the things that you guys normally say. I'm not alone in this, by the way. And Democrats aren't alone in opposing regime change. In fact, Democrats historically have been very much in favor of regime change wars. There was broad support for regime change in Panama. There's been broad support for regime change in Iraq. There has been historically more support for regime change in Venezuela. So this isn't like a Republican or a Democrat issue necessarily. This is me. I don't like regime change. Libertarians don't like regime change. Donald Trump pretended he didn't like regime change. You guys all told us that that's why he was different than Biden, that he doesn't do these types of wars. And then here we are doing exactly what you all claimed he wasn't going to do. So just so that we're being fair here, regime change is kind of an American thing, not necessarily a partisan thing. Right now, it's a very partisan thing, though. And here's Rand Paul on the Joe Rogan Experience in his very best mock turtleneck, explaining exactly what I feel is correct also. We don't need to go around and interfere in other governments. It never works. It always costs us a fortune. It costs us American lives. And the results that we get from it never help us.
We never have blown up people who were shipwrecked. It's against the military code of justice to do that. And we're doing it, and everybody just says, oh, well, they're drug dealers.
Why do you think they were attacking those people? Because I've heard a bunch of different theories, and one of the big theories was they were trying to get the cartel upset at Maduro in order to get him out of office.
It's all been a pretense for arresting Maduro. So we have to set up the predicate. We got to show you we care about drugs. But the weird thing about it is they really care about drugs, except for the former president of Honduras, Hernandez, who was given a 40-year sentence, was tried, was found guilty, was given 40 years in a U.S. jail, and he's let go. At the same time, we're arresting Maduro because we're attacking the United States with drugs.
MAGA, do you want to explain it then? I haven't got a good explanation. Trump said that the reason that he pardoned a drug trafficker, it was because Biden prosecuted him, and that's it. Once again, Mondo Para, I'm going to tell you one more time. I didn't say we lived in a dictatorship. I said we have an authoritarian ruler. And when you say, why are you allowed to spread propaganda, none of what I've covered today is propaganda. I've asked you guys repeatedly to debunk anything I've said, and you're unable to do that. But yes, we do have an authoritarian leadership right now, and they are actively attacking free speech. I saw yesterday a U.S. citizen was detained, cuffed, and they took away his gun simply just for being Hispanic. So we're also confiscating guns for somebody that's licensed to carry just because they're walking down the street. So just being Hispanic and owning a firearm now is illegal. So apparently the First and Second Amendment are under attack now. But once again, can somebody explain the pardon of Juan Orlando Hernandez? You guys have a good answer for that? Or are we just going to keep insulting me? Let's see. I didn't say it was because he was carrying a gun. I said that he was that they took his gun. I didn't say that he was stopped because of his gun. They found it after they stopped him, but then they took it from him. No answer from you? Mondo Para, you're going to need to respond to this question or else you get a 5-minute mute because I've read plenty of your messages out loud and you're not responding. You're just still insulting. So why did we pardon Juan Hernandez? Why would we pardon a drug trafficker? The next comment from you needs to be an answer to that, or sorry, we're going to take away your freedom of speech. No due process for you. You can't immigrate into this live and not assimilate. We by the end of this, we might get rid of all of you. You're going to have to start answering questions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All right, Mondo Para's gone. No answer. Too bad. Too bad, says Mondo Para. Too bad for you. We don't have to hear you for 5 minutes. You can come back in a little bit. All right, so the libertarians, everybody who wanted regime change, they all agreed with Trump before. Now Trump's doing it, and now you guys suddenly don't agree with it. Trump is even just admitting that they're doing regime change. Here's what he said. Somebody needs to show this to Mark Lee Harvey McMullins. Trump said, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change. Yes, it is. It is politically correct. The reason he said it's not politically correct is this is for dumb people who vote for Donald Trump. He's going to distract you by saying politically correct because all you guys think is that you're victims and you're not allowed to say things. Everybody can say regime change. Everybody does say regime change. In fact, it's incredibly politically correct. But he wants to start this with, hey, guys, make sure you agree with me. I'm not politically correct, remember? And you're like, hey, I'm not politically correct, too. So now I'm against this. That's why he set it up that way. But if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? MIGA, that's make Iran great again. Yeah. He's just like, I'm going to do regime change. All right. I think get over to here. This is Trump's former CIA director, Mike Pompeo. And Mike Pompeo says this. The Iranian regime is in big trouble. Using regime again, even though it's not politically correct. Bringing in mercenaries is its last best hope. Who are they bringing in? Riots in dozens of cities and the Basij under siege, Mashhad, Tehran, Zadan, next stop, Balakustan. I don't even know where that is. 47 years of this regime, POTUS 47. Coincidence? And then this is the part. Happy New Year to every Iranian in the streets. Also to every Mossad agent walking beside them. Do we have Israel? Is Israel in there? Is Israel in there doing regime change? Is Israel in there getting Iranians to stand up in the government and then just letting them die? This feels a lot like Iraq to me. Remember when Israel did this in Iraq too? Are we getting dragged into another war by Israel? Kind of seems like that's what Mike Pompeo thinks. As he's licking Trump's taint. Thanks, Mossad. Thanks, Mossad, for bringing this regime change war to us. Now we get to go to war again. Jerusalem Post. Mossad spurs Iran protests, says agents with demonstrators in Farsi message as protests grow across Iran. The Mossad posted an unusual Farsi message urging demonstrators to act, saying it is with them in the streets amid rising economic pressure and public unrest. Was Israel spurring on the people in Venezuela? Were they embedded in Venezuela too? Oh, they were? Weird. Why is Israel dragging us into war all the time? Why are you guys cucks to Israel and Donald Trump? Trump's a cuck. You're like a cuck of a cuck? Like what's your video? So you got Trump sitting in the cuck chair, and what do you guys? You have like a webcam that just points at Trump. You don't even get to see the action. Trump gets to watch it, but you don't even get that. You just get like a close-up of Trump's face sitting in the corner. Oh. Is that who you guys are? We're cucks of the cucks now? Do you learn from history? No, we don't learn from history. What happens is when Donald Trump does something, and historically that's been a bad decision. We go back and we rewrite history and we pretend that those were good decisions. Yeah, we totally should have been in Iraq. Afghanistan, good decision. Vietnam, fuck yeah. We should go back to Vietnam. This is pathetic, guys. It's getting pathetic. I don't know why you can't admit that Donald Trump is just a cuck. This guy, like, our government's not led for you. They're not doing what you want. That's why none of you ask for this. You all say, like, this is what I want, but you only ever say that after. None of you were here a week ago, a month ago, saying, oh, we should do regime change in Iran. You were all anti-regime change, and then Trump bombed Iran. You're like, yeah, fuck yeah. Oh, we don't like regime change. We're doing regime change in Venezuela? Fuck yeah. We're all in for regime change. You cucky little bitches need to get tougher. You need to get your own minds. You need to start reading some shit, specifically history, and you need to learn from the mistakes that this country has made. This is going to cost billions, if not trillions of dollars. We are going to go sink further into debt, being the world's police, or being like the security for Iran or for Israel. Yeah, let's make sure to spend all that money on Israel and do the foreign policy. Don't fix anything here. Let's make sure that we just follow Israel around and beat up people when they want us to. That's a good point. Remember, maggots, Trump said, smart people don't like me. I love the uneducated. That's you. It's you. You. You're the dummies. It's you. Mondo Parra, one last chance. You want to answer it again? Mondo Parra, welcome back. Why did we pardon Juan Hernandez? If Mondo Parra says another word without explaining why we pardoned Juan Hernandez, block Mondo again for another 5 minutes. We're going to do this all fucking day, dude. As long as we're here, we're going to block you till you answer questions. You sat around for 5 minutes. How sad is your life? We block him, we shut him up, and he just sits there counting down to 5 minutes. Oh, my 5 minutes are up. I'm going to talk some more. We're going to just do it again, bud. Answer questions. Real quick, by the way, Trump's talking about now going after everybody who does business with like Hezbollah, with Iran in general. Historically, what countries have been funding Iran? You guys know, name some countries that historically have been funding Iran. See it in the chat. What countries? Not the 5 minute edge. Yeah. He's going to come so hard at some point. Russia. Okay, Russia. China. Oh, are you guys missing them? The Saudis. There we go. Who else near Saudi Arabia? Who else? The UAE? Qatar? Now, Donald Trump is threatening all these countries, and he's only going after small countries because obviously he's not threatening Russia or China because he's a dumb bitch. But he is threatening, for some reason, they're threatening Venezuela. Why do you think he's not threatening the UAE? Could it have anything to do with the fact that he has business ties there? Dubai, for example, is where Iran routes like most of their illicit funds. So they have oil cells, and then they run it through proxies like Hezbollah. $1 billion in 2025 ran through Dubai. $1 billion ran through Dubai from Iran. Why aren't we going after UAE? Why aren't we going after Dubai? Why aren't we going after Saudis? Could it be that Trump has a new luxury real estate development in Dubai? Could that be it? He works with a company called DAMAC, D-A-M-A-C Properties. He has the Trump International Golf Club in Dubai. He's building Trump Golf World Dubai. Trump International Hotel and Tower Dubai. Just recently announced another multi-billion-dollar investment into U.S. data centers. Isn't it weird how you're not allowed to fund Iran unless you also give Trump billions of dollars? Isn't that weird? No, we don't pay attention to that. This guy's an idiot. That's what it is. Or I'm just dumb. We close our eyes when this stuff happens. There's over 200 billion that Trump has showcased between U.S. firms and the UAE in the past year, all while they're just like acting as a go-between with Iran. Yeah, but Venezuela is really the problem. It's Venezuela. How come all, like, think of if you're any of these countries and you're supporting Iran, how do you get away with it? You give Trump money, and then he changes our foreign policy because you give him money. Isn't that crazy? Remember that one time when somebody bought Hunter Biden's paintings and it was like the end of national security? Hunter Biden was paid money. Yeah, that was a problem, apparently. But Kushner getting billions of dollars, the Trump family getting billions. It's not fraud when Trump does it. It's only fraud when Hunter Biden does it. Remember that? Remember that whole investigation into Hunter Biden? We're not gonna discuss this. When Trump does it, it's right. We trust Trump. I love Trump. You guys got quiet. That was cool. That silenced them for a little bit. I like that. Why don't we know who bought the paintings? I think we do know who bought the paintings. Who bought Hunter Biden's paintings? Let's see. Kind of hard to say we know about him without, based on reports from his art. George Bergus and congressional investigations, the majority of Hunter Biden's art was purchased by a small group of individuals prominently featuring Democrat donors and a close associate, Kevin Morris, Elizabeth Hirsch, Naftali, William Jaquez. So I guess we do know. The better question is, why didn't you know? Why didn't you Google that? That was the real question. All right. We'll keep going here. This is from 1953 coup. We've done this before. If regime change wars work, why don't regime change wars work? This reporting from Glenn Greenwald. You can pull up the link here. This is from the NSA's archive. This was from 1953. This is the CIA. Says the August 1953 coup that overthrew Premier Mossadegh near the top of their list of the infamous agency acts. Complete secrecy about the operation that was known under the cryptonym TPA-JAX has been impossible to enforce under existing laws, and enough talkative people, including many Iranians, were privy to segments of the operation to make it relatively easy for journalists to reconstruct the coup in varied but generally inaccurate accounts. The point that the majority of these accounts miss is a key one. The military coup that overthrew Mossadegh and his National Front cabinet was carried out under CIA direction as an act of U.S. foreign policy, conceived and approved at the highest levels of government. It was not an aggressively simplistic solution clandestinely arrived at, but was instead an official admission. So if this stuff works, why didn't it work? Why are we back to Iran? I thought if we already did the regime change, why are we back to it? Axe said for the deport overlord, have fun, Jen. Also, Sophia said, Miga, LOL, Trump is talking about peeing in Icelandic. It means peeing. Miga does? Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you, also, Sophia. Joseph said, Iran, so now we're against killing protesters. Thanks, Marianne. Appreciate that. I think I got those. Let me check with Jen real quick. Pink, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. We got about, Jen's got 35 minutes left. I've got about an hour left before I got to go. We're at about, where are we at there? That's what's left of the gift goal. If you help us knock that out by the end, that would be greatly appreciated. And MAGA, if you're tired of me ignoring your comments, pay me and I'll read your comments. Happy to read anything you put up in the comments, as long as there's no slurs, as long as there's no bigotry there. This is from October of this year. This was the preparation. We should have seen this coming, and we probably, most people did see this coming. MAGA didn't. This is Congressman Salazar, and she tries to weirdly link Maduro to all of this funding. Now, we know for certain that the funding for Iran is going through, at least partially, through Dubai and the UAE, and we're not going to do anything to those countries because they give Trump a lot of money. So what do we have to do instead? We need to blame the countries who don't give Trump money, like Venezuela. So we come up with this, where we're going to blame Maduro for all of this. Somehow Venezuela simultaneously has no money and also can fund terrorism in Iran to go after Israel, I think. Is that and again, then if we're decapitating their leadership, is it because they were attacking Israel? Because they didn't attack us. It does seem like we're just doing the bidding of Israel again. Seems like every time we go and we bomb a country, it's for Israel. I gave you that list before. Which of these wasn't for Israel? Yemen, Somalia, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Nigeria, Venezuela. What, Nigeria? And there might even be a link there that I'm unaware of. We're setting records of countries we've bombed in 1 year, and it's all for Israel. Meanwhile, the overwhelming majority of Americans don't support the current government in Israel and don't support funding Israel's military operations. And our government's just like, yeah, fuck you. We're going to do whatever we want. Trump's getting rich.
We have information that maybe the top echelon of the military forces in Venezuela may be with Maduro, and they're going to flee with him. But the middle and lower ranks are with the opposition. We're talking about that this is going to be very similar to Panama. That I was there, I was a news reporter, and I remember when the Marines were walking in and the Panamanian girls were asking them to marry them. I think it's very similar.
Yeah, this is what happens. We go into these countries, and the people who have been oppressed are like, yay, America's here. And then 20 years later, like, fuck, how come all of the wealth is consolidated into like 2 people's hands? How come we're all poor now? Like, we were poor and they were going to fix it, but now we're all poor again, but all these rich people have money. And there's all these American interests here, and they're making a fortune too. So American billionaires are making money, our rich people are making money, and we're poor again. Yeah, I get that they're all excited on day one, but they should also check history because it doesn't ever work out for them.
No, I remember well. I was there in just after it. It kind of bled into 1990. It started in late December of 1989, bled into 1990. And I went in January, and it was remarkable how receptive the Panamanians were to the change. And it's been a relatively peaceful country since. But the transition. Correct. I mean, Maria is a wonderful woman, the opposition leader. She's fantastic. But how will that transition take place? Will there be a snap election after he flees, or what?
Well, she has and I have spoken to her extensively. They have a 100-day plan.
Now, remember, this was from October, so all these plans to put her in power, then she didn't get put in power. Then they just put the vice president in power. So all this stuff that they planned on doing in the name of Israel didn't even happen anyways.
They have shared with the White House. They are prepared. She knows what she's doing. I mean, they have been at this for 25 years. Like I said, 90% of the Venezuelan people, plus the 8 million Venezuelans who have fled, they want to come back. This is going to be a very major success and a success story, not only for them, but for us. And I salute President Trump for having the fortitude, the courage, the political vision to be doing this. Because
how come all these AIPAC-funded MAGAs like months ago were talking about that we were going to do regime change? And then we were talking about, we're like, how come they're floating regime change? And you guys were in the chat like, we're not going to do regime change. They're just talking. Trump's not going to do that. He's going to keep his word. And then he did. And it's all these AIPAC folks here. We going to make that connection yet?
Maduro is the head of a transnational criminal organization.
Yeah.
Maduro is not the legitimate president of the country. So we're not invading a sovereign country that has a free and fair elected democratic president. No, this guy is a thug, and he's good friends with Hezbollah. They are giving uranium.
Oh, it is. Do you guys have any evidence that Maduro is good friends with Hezbollah? Any of you MAGA folks here? Because, again, we're doing this for us. Trump's doing it to protect you. You got any evidence that says that they were working with Hezbollah? I don't have any.
To Hamas and to Iran and to North Korea and to Cuba and to Nicaragua. Come on, it's time for the United States to do what we need to do.
Okay, Jeffrey, what's the evidence? If mods, watch for Jeffrey. If Jeffrey doesn't give me evidence that he's friends with Hezbollah, Jeffrey's getting a mute too.
Thank God that Trump is doing it.
Oh, Mondo Para, one more time. Mondo Para, why did we pardon Juan Hernandez? Mondo's back. About to get another 5 minutes. If Mondo says anything after this, and it's not about Juan Hernandez, that we'll just mute him for 24 hours.
And I'm telling you that these people, the Venezuelans, have the largest reserves of oil in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We're talking about this is going to be a windfall for us when it comes to fossil fuels.
Well, and again, it's the actual transition that a lot of Americans are a little wary about because of the fact that regime change always has unintended consequences.
Yeah, always. Always. But mostly the unintended consequences is that we lose American lives and get nothing out of it. That's mostly what it is. So just anyways, now we'll get to Epstein. Aaron, you doing all right, bud? Do you need some attention? Nobody ban Aaron. Just let Aaron sit there and cry. What are you doing, you psycho? All right. Let's get to the Epstein files. Here's Robert Garcia. Just a reminder.
I muted. I timed out Aaron because he keeps writing in all caps, just like other people who keep writing in all caps. You're going to get timed out because that's what we do.
Got it. Thanks. All right. Wait, Jeffrey, you'll give me the cabinet names? What are you talking about? The source, Jeffrey, I can give you the source. I can tell you where we have this source that they're working with Hezbollah. It's a 2009 intelligence report. Any guesses who created that intelligence report, chat? 2009. We're still relying on it from 2009. It's 2026 now. Anybody want to guess who generated that intelligence report? It's an easy one. Yeah, Israel. Yeah, unsubstantiated, no sources. They just said, trust me, bro. The Venezuelans are working with Hezbollah. That's it. That's our source. A 2009 report from Israel. And we just overthrew the government for that, apparently. Every fucking time. Exactly. Every fucking time. You cucky little bitches. All right, here's Robert Garcia.
People should be reminded that we have 1% of the files the DOJ has in their possession have actually been sent to the U.S. Congress. 99% of the documents are sitting at DOJ. And the 1% that we've received are overly redacted. They're not protecting the survivors. And as we know, Trump's name and certain photos have been removed, added back. There is clearly a cover-up being directed by the White House here. There is no question about that. We've got to continue the pressure, one, on the legal front. We're working right now to get hopefully a federal special master to oversee some of the documentation. Ro Khanna, of course, an oversight committee member, is leading on that with Tom Massey. We have efforts to get Pam Bondi in front right now of the oversight committee. And we're forcing additional information. House Oversight Democrats force new subpoenas on Republicans just this week for critical members of Epstein's inner circle that is going to also produce additional information. So the work's not stopping. We're working every single day to get the truth on the Epstein files, and they're going to get released to the public.
MAGA, I need you to explain, and this is the only topic we're talking about now, so sorry. Please stay on topic or you'll get deported. Why are you covering for pedophiles? There's no whataboutisms here. Donald Trump's the only person ever who had a law that directed him to release the Epstein files, and he's not doing it. Why are we covering for pedophiles right now? Trump is in them. Fair enough. I think that's probably true. There it is. What about Clinton? We're doing Clinton. Why? Why are we covering for pedophiles? Cue the insults on me. It is a little pathetic. Like if you were in any setting, if there were people watching, just imagine that you're talking to me in person and there's an audience Imagine that there's somebody watching and I say, why are we protecting pedophiles? And you said, this guy. I'll cover Clinton in a minute. I have no problem with them subpoenaing Clinton, and we should question Clinton as well. No problem with that. But but that doesn't matter to this conversation. It's a different conversation, which we can discuss in a minute. Why is Trump not releasing the files? He's not protecting pedophiles? Okay, gradual decay. Then why is he not releasing the files if he's not protecting pedophiles? Who's he protecting? Epstein's in the Trump files. I like that. They're going to get quiet again? Yeah, Elmer Fudd, White Knight. Robert, you've called me Elmer Fudd like 12 times. New insults, bud. You haven't heard one left or right say to bury them? Trump. Trump buried them. We don't have them. They're sitting on them. He doesn't want to get sued? For what? He can't get sued. He's lawfully... The president can't be sued for an official act, gradual decay. The Supreme Court ruled on this. He's following the law. Nobody could sue him. Try again. Fucking pedophile protectors in here. He doesn't want to get sued. Nope, you got to answer the question. The Big Mac, you got to answer the question. Democrats didn't have any legal obligation to release them, but Democrats did bring this discharge petition. Democrats are trying to release the Epstein files. They've done everything they can in their power to release the files. Donald Trump is holding them back, and it's against the law. Why is Donald Trump violating the law to not release the Epstein files? Yeah, we can explain that again, Richard. During the Biden administration, there was an open case against Ghislaine Maxwell. And because the case is open, they can't release the files. However, Republicans towards the end could have tried to file a discharge petition, which they didn't do. Nobody filed or even brought a motion to release the files. The first time the motion was brought, it was brought by a handful of Republicans and Democrats. And all but 4 Republicans voted no. They all said, leave them be. And then Donald Trump went out on social media and threatened all the Republicans to not release the files. And then when all of the people spoke and Republicans no longer could defend him, then they voted to release the files. And there was an expiration date. Like you had, I think it was 30 days to release the files. And in those 30 days, any of the files that you released that had redactions, you then had 15 days after the 30 days to explain why you redacted things. We have 1% of the files and we have no explanation of the redactions. So I just need an explanation, please. Why are they hiding the files? Only one party is on the record of voting against releasing the files, and it's Republicans. No Democrat is ever on the record of refusing to release the files. Well, we'll do this all day. Republicans, why is he not releasing the files? Gradual decay. No, he can't get sued in civil court. He cannot. He can't be sued in civil court for an official action. You're wrong about that too. I need you to answer why. That's your excuse? By the way, is that a fair excuse? Trump could get sued, so he's going to break the law? Let's look this up. Can the president be sued for official actions? The U.S. president has significant immunity for official acts, those within their constitutional authority, even after leaving office, preventing civil lawsuits from those actions. They can be sued or prosecuted for unofficial acts. This would be an official act, obligated actually. He can be sued for not releasing it. He is being sued for not releasing it currently. So the lawsuit didn't stop him because he's being sued right now for not releasing it. Why is Donald Trump not releasing the Epstein files? I will ask, I'm going to go through these one by one. D. Hills said Democrats were the ones that had the files closed during Biden's election. That's a lie. D. Hills 270. Why is Donald Trump not releasing the Epstein files? You can only answer that question, otherwise you get muted. Trump's playing 40 shoots and ladders. Something Soros and trans. Yeah, that's a good point too, G-Mod. Like he literally shut down the government for weeks and they went home. They took an extended vacation just to not vote to release the Epstein files. Clinton's about to be held in contempt simply for not answering questions. Why don't they want to answer just questions? Well, look, I actually do think that what the Clintons are doing, I disagree with. I think that Bill Clinton should come in and he should be questioned. But Congress doesn't really, their subpoena power doesn't really fucking matter anymore because half the people that are sitting there saying that the Clintons are defying a congressional subpoena are themselves in open defiance of congressional subpoenas. You saw the announcement. Standing behind James Comer was Andy Biggs, who is currently in open defiance of a congressional subpoena. Jim Jordan, same. The problem is that multiple Republicans have defied subpoenas. So if they're going to charge somebody for defying subpoenas, then they will be charged too. So they're not going to. That is the problem that we have. Did we get an answer? Team America, fuck yeah. Yeah, Team Pedophile, hell yeah. Intelligence agencies don't want them released. So why isn't Trump releasing them, D. Hills? Because the intelligence committees have, or agencies don't have the ability to not release them. Why is Trump not releasing them? Good point, too. Clinton did say release the files unredacted. He's doing more than Trump. Trump's also not going to testify, and he's not releasing the files. Clinton is better than Trump in this scenario. Clinton is wanting more transparency than Trump. Trump is the law. He doesn't want to play with you guys. Yeah. Trump ordered the release, but then he didn't release them. So now what? Phoenix rises. Are you saying that Pam Bondi is defying Trump? Why doesn't Trump fire Pam Bondi? He can fire her at any point. So if that's true, well, it seems like Trump would then fire Pam Bondi, right? Because Trump cares. He's law and order. I already answered that, Knight Rider. Why didn't Democrats release them? They couldn't by law because there was an ongoing case, and you can look that up. Why is Trump not releasing them, though? Now you have to answer. Who was that said that? Mods, go ahead. Knight Rider 322. If Knight Rider 322 doesn't answer why Trump's not releasing them, mods 5-minute mute for Knight Rider. The law says the files should be made public, but the practical and legal requirements around sensitive material slowing the process. No, that's not true. It's absolutely untrue. They're digital documents. They're already digitized. Most of them are already redacted. So try again. Why are you just making up excuses for him? You fucking bitches. You absolute fucking bitches. What kind of sick fuck sits on the internet and makes excuses for covering up for pedophiles? What kind of sick fuck does that? I love him so much I don't mind if these women never get justice. You are sick, sick fucks. Lawyers are holding it up? No, that's a lie. Gradual decay. What lawyers are holding it up? You think lawyers can override the law? You think the lawyers can override a law passed by Congress and signed into law by Donald Trump? Yeah, they can do that because they're lawyers, you know. You guys are gross, man. You're so fucking gross. All right, we'll move on. I've asked that question a million times. And I hope that other Republicans in here. Where's Drew? Is Drew still here? Notice how Drew's quiet during this time. You're losing. You're losing your base. It's just like the fucking dipshits left. There's nothing. Trump could literally be punching you in the face. And you'd be like, he's not. This is actually Joe Biden punching me in the face. All right. Here's Thomas Massey, Republican, saying the same thing. Now, remember, this is the person who helped write the law. I'm with Jake Tapper on the 8th.
Files. Well, two key lawmakers, one Democrat, one Republican, on the House Judiciary Committee say the Justice Department can't be trusted to release all of the files on Jeffrey Epstein, despite the fact that there's a law requiring them to do so. So this afternoon, they asked a judge to...
Oh, thank you. Who was that? I'm going to get an apology here. Cody Hansen, TRP. Look up when the investigation was over. Liar. Ghislaine Maxwell's case was concluded December 29th, 2021. Right? And then what happened? Then we had appeals, right? Federal appeals eventually ended September 17th, 2024. So we had between September 17th, 2024 and January 20th, 2025 to release the files. And Republicans were in control of Congress. They controlled the House. So Republicans could have brought this to the floor and it would have passed. Remember, it has to start in the House. So Democrats couldn't have done it because they didn't own the House. The Republicans had the House. But keep defending pedophiles.
Appoint a special master or an independent
I was going to do an announcement.
to oversee
go ahead.
the process. This request
15 minutes left before I have to head out. I can't say, I don't want to say I'm mad, guys. Maybe just a little disappointed. We're a ways away from our gift goal. We're usually better than this. So if you guys could help us out, if we did a dollar train, we could knock the gift goal out. I'm not leaving yet. I have about 15 more minutes. So the pay links that are right there, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, I'll go towards knocking that out. I'm sorry, guys. I have to be honest. Just a little disappointed. So
she says that to me every day. So it's after a while you get used to the disappointment.
A couple times a day.
It still hurts, but you get used to it.
Yeah. No, my everyone who's making the date references, no, my swan hurt herself with her ankle, so she's got to go to the doctor. Anyway, if you haven't subscribed to us, please do so as well. You can do it for free on YouTube. Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub if you haven't. Sully. Jen, please take your anger out on me. Sully always sends some funny stuff. It's pretty entertaining. Where was it? Oh, Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub so you don't have to use your money. You can use Jeff Bezos' money. Check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch if Jay wants to show the new merch we just came out with. He's also on Cameo. We upload these episodes to Spotify. And why did Trump get absolutely soaked when he was traveling down the river?
I don't know.
Fake canoes.
Fake canoes. The idea of Trump soaked is troubling. It's very troubling. Curtis said, here you go. I don't want Jen to cry. She doesn't cry. She just beats. I am FRCD. Thanks for Super Chat, Megan. Thank you. And of course, Soli. Jeffrey said, Tarek El Ayasami plus Venezuela plus Hezbollah. All right. Let's pull this up. Tarek Sami plus, what did you say? Plus Venezuela. Venezuela, Hezbollah. All right, let's see what this connection is here. El Isami faced allegations of participating in corruption, money laundering, and drug trafficking, also associated to Hezbollah. In 2019, ICE added El Isami to the ICE most wanted list listed by the Homeland Security Investigations Unit. What was their evidence here? There we go. This brazen association would never have been possible without the help of its lead strategy. What did they say? The Maduro regime has a long-standing and well-documented relationship with Hezbollah and its sponsor, Iran. That's not long-standing. That's not true. They haven't provided any evidence there. The strategic partnership between the Maduro regime and the Ayatollahs has led time and time again to members of this designated terror group and its supporters and financiers being provided with. This isn't evidence. In the recent years, Tarek Zaidan El-Assimi Madah has been a key target in the crosshairs of the United States. In 2014, the district attorney for New York claimed that El-Assami had provided Venezuelan passports to terror organizations, including Hamas and Hezbollah. Then in 2015, the former governor of the Venezuelan state of Aragua, Rafael Asea, declared that El-Assami has been receiving bribes. Yeah, this just all sounds like stuff people are saying. Like, there's not evidence presented here. I can look into it. And then, so what he's accused of is providing passports, and that would be justification for us to take out Maduro. He's linked through a relationship with Ghazai Nasir al-Din, a former staffer at the Venezuelan embassy in Damascus. So he's linked because he's linked to a staffer from the Venezuelan embassy. Both were responsible for recruiting Venezuelans to be sent to Lebanon. All right. Well, we can see what the FBI has. That's what we got there. I'll look it up. If I'm wrong, I'll cover that tomorrow. I can't cover it today because it's going to take some time. But all of that seems pretty loose to me. That he gave he got some people passports. I don't think that that's justification for a regime change war. That's wild. All right, back to this. Did I read all these, by the way? Actually, let me double check. Jen, thank you very much. And Molly said Donald Trump stinks like shit. Jimmy said, let's send Jen positive affirmations for her date. James, thank you. Is there more on that? Alfredo, thanks for joining the Dollar Train as well. Appreciate you guys. Andrew said, thanks for all you do. And Jen, fuck Trump, fuck ICE, and just for the memories, fuck Tex. Emily, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. David, Tim, Sean. Kim says, so Jen doesn't beat Jay today. I feel like some of you would pay more if she did. Danielle said, if Sasha Riley is lying, why hasn't Trump sued? And why hasn't he sued the left for calling him a PDF file? Occam's razor says it's because he is. I would assume that Trump wouldn't want to sue any of these people because it opens up it opens him up in the lawsuit, so they then get to go through files. And I think that even if he weren't guilty of these crimes, potentially we can find evidence of other crimes. We talked about Sasha Riley earlier. The only thing I'm saying about Sasha Riley is that I listened to the interviews and I tried to cross-reference these people. And the people that she is saying were running around, Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan, Lindsey Graham, they don't seem to really have any association with each other before they get into Congress, and none of them were members of Congress when this happened. I can't find any evidence that any of those people were around Trump. And so I just find I find the connections really loose. That's all I've really said. And I think that that's what we have to do. We have to listen to the accusations, and then we have to follow the evidence. What I'm not going to do is hear an accusation and then just say, oh, necessarily guilty. I just find it pretty loose. And maybe with more eyes on this, I'm limited, right? But if there's people that have eyes on this, if somebody comes around and says like, oh yeah, like I was also at these parties and Lindsey Graham was there and Andy Biggs was there, then it's going to make more sense. He's a man. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. He's a man. Sorry. Sasha's a man. Thank you.
A few days after the Justice Department said it's released less than 1%.
Gradual decay. I'm surprised that you're upset with me for this right now. I don't know if you know what they're accusing Trump of. What they're accusing Trump of trafficking and beating the shit out of a kid and sexually assaulting him when he was a kid. And he says that he sent Trump to the hospital. I don't think you know these accusations. This is just more evidence that no matter what I say, you're just going to disagree with. It's a bizarre thing for you to then call me a liar. That was weird. All right, back to this.
For an independent monitor to oversee the process. This request comes a few days after the Justice Department said it's released less than 1% of the Epstein files. And
I did also, Sophia? I'm sorry. You're right. Let me go back. Breaking news, Germany, Sweden, and Norway sending troops to Greenland. Jesus. I don't like that. And then Illusion said, date affirmation, Jen has pretty hair, go girl.
More than 2 million documents. Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky joins me now. He and Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California are asking for this special master. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. So you don't trust the Justice Department to comply with the law. Why not?
Well, it's not a matter of opinion now. They're not in compliance with the law. They've missed 2 deadlines. The first was a 30-day deadline to release material to the public, and the second was a 15-day deadline to release some information to Congress. But what I'm concerned about is not the volume of material that they haven't released. It's specific documents they haven't given us where we know there are individuals who will be named. They're withholding those documents. Also, we believe they're over-redacting the files in contravention of the law, the letter of the law.
So,
yeah.
Renee says, sorry, guys, I'm poor because Trump trashed tourism. Thanks, Renee.
Anyway, last month, before retiring from Congress, one of the few Republicans supporting your effort, now former Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, she spoke with the New York Times about how this issue created this rift with President Trump. And in the interview, she talked about President Trump calling her upset after she threatened to identify men who abused Epstein survivors. And the Times writes, quote, Greene says she expressed her perplexity over his intransigence. According to Greene, Trump replied, quote, my friends will get hurt, unquote. I'm sure you saw that.
I'm just guessing you guys think that she's lying, right? Is that the, MAGA, are you just saying that she's lying about this, that Trump didn't say any of this stuff? Is that the position you're taking? Because that's a pretty damning statement from somebody who has been more loyal to Donald Trump than anybody. This is the person that, like, when announced her campaign, had a cutout of Trump and she rubbed like the cardboard cutout crotch. How many more people is everybody at some point? Is it just going to be everybody's lying except for Trump? Able Assistant said she had on speaker and others heard it. Others have confirmed that they heard this. They're all lying too. They're just all lying because they all want to get Trump. And then she goes and like gushes over Trump's foreign policy. It's weird. Like, this is the only thing she's disagreeing with him on. Like, she's in Congress praising him for other things. So she's just making this up? No, she said she believed in Jewish space lasers. That wasn't me that said that. She said that. Like, listen, your whole party believes in dumb shit. All of you idiots still think the 2020 election was stolen. So, like, it's not disqualifying necessarily as a Republican to believe dumb things. Your whole party believes dumb things. But this isn't about what she believes. This is about something that she said happened and other people have confirmed. So you think that they're all lying about this? The Republican, that Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're just in on this? What are they trying to do? Why do they want Trump to release these files? They want to take him down? Is that the plan? These are Republicans.
What's your reaction?
Well, you know, I knew about that for at least a week or two before that was said, because Marjorie shared that with me privately the day it happened. So I have even more reason to believe that happened than the general public. That's what I believe. You know, I'm not concerned that the president is implicated criminally in these files. He may be embarrassed, but he's had embarrassing issues before. I think he has friends who are going to be criminally implicated. And if not, I think there's some serious reputational harm that's going to happen. Maybe you'll have names taken off of buildings and scholarships renamed as a result of these releases. But this, Jake, this gets to the meat of our law. We say in the law that you can't redact names to avoid embarrassment. Yet we see that the DOJ and
so then why do we have a photo? We actually know what the photo is. There's a photo of Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell together, and it's blacked out. That would just be embarrassment, right? Like, there's no national security concerns there. Why are they blacking that out? Anybody, MAGA? Why are they blocking out pictures of Trump with Ghislaine Maxwell? Crickets?
letter to Congress has said that they're going to use the Privacy Act as cover to avoid releasing names under the Privacy Act. The other thing that they've violated in our law is we say you have to release internal communications, including decisions about whether to prosecute or not. And now they're citing a FOIA standard that has no bearing on our law, and if it did, our law would override their law because it's a later law. They're citing—
I might be a putz, Spudnik, but I'm not a pedophile protector. This is all bullshit. What do you mean it's all bullshit, Bob? Are you saying that the law that Donald Trump signed is bullshit? Why did Donald Trump sign the law if it's bullshit? Why would this law, why did he sign such a bullshit law? Did he not read it before he signed it? Why do you agree to all this? No, he didn't have to. The president doesn't have to sign it. He can veto it. Are you unaware that the president has the power of the veto? I am saying that he is guilty of not releasing the files. That's what he's clearly now broken the law. Unless you guys think that Pam Bondi is doing this not at his request. This is against the law. This is impeachable. This could easily get him removed. And what it's going to take to remove him from office is Republicans just being honest. Yeah, he's breaking the law, clearly, willfully. It's against the law. He should be impeached. He should be removed. This should be done already. It should have been unanimous. I don't know why you guys are so afraid of this guy. Some of you are just pathetic, though. You're like, I'd rather have the pedophiles get away with it than Donald Trump not be president. Carl, I would say that pathetic is somebody who's asked a question, why is Trump protecting pedophiles, and getting mad at the people that are bringing that up. Why is that pathetic? How is it not pathetic that you guys are in here defending this? I'm not demanding. I'm asking you guys why you don't want the people you voted for to be honest. I don't expect you to be honest. I don't expect Trump to be honest. I'm just wondering why you don't expect Trump to be honest. Oh, I'm unaware of having a conscience of God. Oh, is Trump having a conscience of God? Is he breaking the law because God told him not to release it? Is that what you're saying? Or what the fuck is wrong with you people? I'm not making any claims. He's breaking the law. If Trump signs a law that says his administration's required to release the Epstein files in 30 days, and after 30 days they don't release them, he's in violation of the law. This is as simple as possible. If any law requires you to do something within 30 days and you don't do it in 30 days, you are breaking the law. No, not if you're Trump, though, because if you're Trump, it's different because it's Trump. Why won't he release them? Maxwell has not testified that Trump has done nothing wrong. She's just said it. But if Trump's done nothing wrong, then why doesn't he release the fucking files? Why the fuck would he hide it if he's done nothing wrong then? Sounds like what Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying is correct. He's protecting his pedophile friends. He's done nothing wrong. Okay, then release the fucking files. We don't want to see them. Pathetic is this. Pathetic is openly advocating for Donald Trump while he's breaking the law. And there's all these women whose lives were destroyed by Jeffrey Epstein because he trafficked and sexually abused them from the time they were children. And they have been begging our government to share this information because they said there are powerful people on this list. And even all the ones that were with Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie on the day that they came there, not one of them accused Trump of anything. So if he's not in them, if they're not accusing him, then why the fuck is he not releasing the files? Anything? No, just keep going after me. Got it.
FOIA standards that allows the government to keep internal deliberations secret. But the president signed this bill. They have to release this information. And that's why we're asking for a special master.
So I guess the question is, what can you do about it, even if the president doesn't?
Mute gradual decay for the rest of the live. I'm tired of you lying. Sorry, you're done. The lawyers can't block this, you dumb motherfucker.
Doesn't think that there are any limits to his power. You know, the Constitution suggests that there are 3 co-equal branches. You've threatened.
There's a court order not to release the files. Great. Terrific. Thomas, finally. Now we got an answer. Where would I look? What's that court order called? Thomas is going to say, I'm not doing your research for you. So I'm going to go over here to Perplexity because Thomas is lying and he said there's a court order. So we're going to go to Perplexity, which searches the entire web, including every AI, and says, is there a court order keeping the Epstein files from being released? Let's see. No, there is no active court order preventing the release of the Epstein files. Recent court rulings have actually ordered the unsealing of specific grand jury records and other materials related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, overriding prior secrecy rules under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Whoops. The DOJ partially released heavily redacted files but missed full compliance deadlines, prompting bipartisan criticism from lawmakers like Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. As of January 13th, a judge demanded DOJ responses to accusations of delay, but no order blocks release. Issues stem from processing volume and redactions of victim privacy. Lawmakers have urged appointing a special master to enforce full disclosure. So you just lie for him. That's what we do. We just lie for Donald Trump. We just show up in YouTube chats and we make shit up. Also that we don't have to accept that you support a fucking pedophile protector.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi in contempt of Congress if these Epstein files are not adequately released. When is your...
There's no golden nugget. Then release the fucking files. I don't want to. I don't know how to answer this. I have to make the files seem like Trump's not guilty, but then I also have to acknowledge that Trump's guilty of holding the files back. Keep talking. You know how pathetic you look? History will remember you as protectors of pedophiles. That's how you will be remembered if you're remembered at all. We didn't want our friend to get in trouble. It's okay that he abused kids and covered it up. He's going to build a wall.
Grace period for AG Bondi going to expire?
Well, it expired today, but we're escalating the things that we can do, and we're starting with what we feel is the most polite, expeditious way to get to a release of the files, which is to ask for a special master. And we're hoping that Judge Engelmeyer will receive our amici curiae well and do that. And like you said, there are next steps beyond that. There's contempt, which requires a referral to the DOJ. Now, the problem with that is if you refer contempt of Congress to the DOJ, they're not going to prosecute it. They never do, and they wait for Congress to expire.
No, bud. Maxwell hasn't testified. She told Trump's attorney that he did nothing wrong. That's not testifying. That was just an interview. That's not testifying. Maxwell said she never saw Trump do anything wrong, which is different than not doing. And also, in every time she's given a deposition under oath, she has lied under oath. She's known for, that might be what she's known most for. Are you saying we should take the word of Ghislaine Maxwell? She lied. She also said Epstein didn't do anything. No, Jeffrey didn't do anything wrong. No, I didn't do anything wrong. She's a convicted sex offender who said that she and her boyfriend, Jeffrey Epstein, and Prince Andrew never did anything wrong. All of those people were guilty, and she said they did nothing wrong. I only believe her when it's Donald Trump. Or was Epstein innocent too? Was Prince Andrew innocent too? Was Ghislaine innocent too? This is all just a ruse? They were all innocent? Jesus fucking Christ. You guys are sick.
So there's also inherent contempt, which hasn't been practiced in over 80 years. We're drafting that.
Bill Clinton probably did wrong. And if we had the Epstein files, we'd know what the fuck he did. And if he testifies in front of Congress, he can just lie and we won't have. But what are you guys hoping for? What is he going to testify to in front of Congress? Hey, were you there? No. Fuck. Did you abuse children? No. Fuck. What are you going to compare it against if you don't have the Epstein files? How are you going to hold him accountable if you have no files? What are your accusations going to be? What in the world are you possibly going to reference this against? He can, if Clinton comes now without the files released, he can lie and you can't prove any of it. You know, and I think inherently you know this, you just desperately want to talk about anybody but Donald Trump, who is the single person responsible for the files not being released. Let him out. None of us give a fuck about Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is a sex pest. He has a long history of abusing women. I was like 5, 6, 7 years old when Clinton was around. I didn't know. Bill Clinton is a scumbag. Hillary Clinton, when Bill Clinton was being accused, sat there next to him and demonized the women. Fuck Hillary Clinton too. I didn't vote for her either. Hillary Clinton also attacked women. She protected her husband, the abuser, against these women. She is also a scumbag. But how can you hold them to account if you don't have the files? How are you even going to know what to ask them if you don't have the files? Honestly, tell me, what are you going to ask Bill Clinton? I'll give you guys a chance. If Bill Clinton comes forward today, what are they going to ask him? Yeah, I did vote for Kamala. Bill Clinton in the files. Donald Trump in the files. Kamala Harris not in the files. Yeah, she's not there. Joe Biden not in the files. Barack Obama not in the files. But Clinton and Trump are. In fact, every name that has come out in the files, none of it has been surprising. Everybody's been like, yeah, that makes sense. Except for you guys with Trump. The whole world believes that Trump's in him because we've seen him. He literally owned pageants for teenagers. He had a modeling agency for teenagers. That's creepy on every level. Nobody outside of MAGA thinks that Trump is innocent. It's weird. You just have this different standard. But nobody gives a fuck about Bill Clinton. But if you bring him in front of Congress today, what are you going to ask him? Tell me. I want to see the questions. What would you ask Bill Clinton? This is for everybody, not just for MAGA. If he was in front of Congress right now and you had the opportunity to ask Bill Clinton a question, what would you ask him? Kamala was a known socialite. Yeah, but she's not in the Epstein files. You guys don't have any questions that you would ask? Did you inhale? That's phantom crew. Yeah. That is the dumbest lie. That Bill Clinton lie is so fucking stupid in hindsight. They're like, did you smoke marijuana? He's like, I tried it, but I didn't inhale. Okay, sure you didn't. I actually have less respect for him if he doesn't inhale. Inhale that shit. It's wonderful. Yeah, Bill Clinton's a liar. In fact, the reason we know about Monica Lewinsky is because Bill Clinton was also corrupt. Bill Clinton was using his position as governor to enrich himself with land deals. Bill Clinton's a criminal. He's a sex pest. But what are we going to ask him? What would Congress even ask that guy? Socialite doesn't mean socialist. They might not know. Ask Bill if he's Bubba. That's a good question. Yeah. I do think Bill Clinton said it was Epstein's brother said that Clinton wasn't Bubba. You guys have been begging me to talk about Bill Clinton. I leave Donald Trump for 2 seconds. I bring up Bill Clinton and suddenly you're silent. You don't know what to ask him? See the problem that we have here? Until they release the files, we don't know what to ask any of these people. Somebody block Jason Pavle forever. You're done. Sorry, we don't do that shit. Don't be dumb.
The DOJ, you can be prosecuted by a future DOJ for violating this law because it's a law. It's not a congressional subpoena that expires at the end of this Congress. It will last forever.
This is gutsy what you're doing, and President Trump is targeting you. You're up for re-election this November, obviously.
I think it's a crazy world that we're in right now where If the president breaks the law, historically, Americans have said, if the president breaks the law, the president should be impeached. Now we live in America where we're saying if the president breaks the law, he should be impeached, unless the president is Donald Trump, in which case, not only is he not breaking the law, but he must be justified in doing so. That's where we're at this point. Like, that's why we call you fascist. That's why we call this authoritarian. That's why we call it a cult. He's openly breaking the law. You bitches. You absolute fucking bitches. Well, what law did Bush break? Impeached and removed. You're right, Ron Rose. He was impeached twice. And you can, by the way, you could be impeached without breaking the law. You don't even have to break a law. But that's where, like, the nuance was. Like, you can still be impeached without breaking a law. But if you break the law, like, that is... In fact, that was what Republicans' claim was with Trump. They're like, we'd impeach him if he broke the law, but he didn't really necessarily break the law. Well, now he broke the law. So what? We don't care. Tell me which law he's breaking. I'll pull it up for you. Called HR 4405. It's called the Epstein Transparency Act. It was signed into law by Donald fucking Trump. And what it says is, not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation and United States Attorney's offices that relate to Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, and custodial matters, Ghislaine Maxwell, flight logs, travel records, including but not limited to manifests, itineraries, pilot records, and customs or immigration documentation for any vehicle, vessel, or vehicle owned, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein. Individuals, including government officials, named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil settlements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. Entities, corporate, non-profit, academic, or governmental, with known or alleged ties to Epstein trafficking or financial networks. Any immunity deals, non-prosecution agreements, plea bargains, or sealed settlements involving Epstein or his associates. Internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. All communications, memoranda, directives, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings, or electronic data related to Epstein, his associates, his detention and death, or any investigative files. Do we have that? Actually, you're wrong, Xander. What the Supreme Court ruled is that Trump can't be tried criminally. And the reason they said he can't be tried criminally while he's president is because the authority to remove the president lies with Congress. So when the president breaks the law when they're in office, it's Congress's job to impeach and remove them. Now, did he break this law? Yes or no? Do we have these files? That's the question. If he was in compliance with the law, we'd have the information. Since we don't have the information, he's not in compliance with the law, correct? Is that correct? Yeah. So it's not released. So that's the law that he's breaking. Anybody who says he's not breaking the law, explain how he's not breaking this law. William Johnson, how is he not breaking the law? Depends on your interpretation of what counts as classified in the Epstein files. Huh? No, it doesn't. It's this. They tell you exactly what you have to release. It's all right here. Has nothing to do with classification. And again, Trump signed this into law. His signature is on it. He signed this into law. You just read the law and don't understand it. Go back and read it again. Oh, I'm sorry. Which part? Okay. You explain it to me. No late. What does this mean? Not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act. Did I miss something there? Has it been more than 30 days? I just read it again, bud. I'm not just going to sit here and read it. You have to explain it. Which part did I get wrong? Point to a section that I got wrong. Don't just say read it again. Is that all I have? The law? Yeah, this is all I have is the actual law. Yeah, it's literally all I need. I think they're all breaking the law, mainly Bondi the Blondie. Okay, fair enough. So then, Pam Bondi, who works for the president in the executive branch, if she's the reason that it's not released, why hasn't Trump pressured her to release it or fired her? He signed it saying, fuck you. Oh, okay. It was a trick. Guys, Larry wants you to know that Trump signed it as a joke. His fingers were crossed. I didn't think about that, Larry. That's why I don't think Larry's real. His legs were crossed. It doesn't count. He was teasing. It was an April Fool's joke. Just early because 4D chess. All right. So obviously he's in breaking the law. Thank you.
On Monday, President Trump posted on Truth Social a photograph of him with your primary challenger, retired Navy SEAL officer Ed Gallarine. Trump writing that Captain Ed Gallarine has my complete and total endorsement against quote unquote.
All right, Ron, give me the source. Ron says that the Democrats want this redacted. Let's take this claim. Ron, who said that? Where did you see it? You said you watched it this morning. Who said that the Democrats, which Democrats said they wanted the Epstein files redacted? Let's go ahead, Ron. And you have to give me a source here, Don. You have to tell me where you saw it, Ron. Who was speaking when they said that? On Forbes. But who was speaking? Ron. I'm going to guess this is he saw a Republican say this. I can't remember his name. All right, what did he say, Ron? Let's see. I'll do this. We'll go to by Perplexity. I'll find this. Did someone on Forbes today say? I mean, Forbes doesn't broadcast, so this is just like their YouTube channel. I'm saying. What do you want me to ask, Ron? Did a Democrat say to redact the Epstein files? Ron, what did they say, Ron? You saw it. You can't remember who it is. It's on Forbes. But what did they say? Perplexity saying no Democrat said to redact the Epstein files today. January 14th. Epstein survivors urged the DOJ Inspector General to review redaction process, citing inadequate protection of victims' identities while abusers' names were hidden. Ro Khanna, alongside Massey, expressed concerns over potential. Oh yeah, no, they said that they were not redacting the names of the victims, but they were redacting other people's names, and they want the names of the victims to be redacted. Grant, if you cared about the law, you wouldn't support open borders. I don't. Thank you. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Raise your hand if you support open borders. Watch this, Ron. What? Nobody votes for open borders. Nobody ever has voted for open borders. We've never even had open borders. It's just a thing that you guys are too dumb to recognize. So you just think that.
Quote Congressman
Bree's probably for open borders.
Thomas Massey, he only votes against the Republican Party, making life very easy for the radical left, unquote. Obviously, that's factually incorrect. I'm sure you vote with the Republican Party like 90 or 95% of the time, but what's your reaction?
Yeah, I vote 91% of the time with the party, but when they're covering up for pedophiles or starting a new war or doing regime change or bankrupting the country, and that 9%, Jake, I'm not with my party. It definitely hurts me to campaign with the president against me. I've got a Republican primary. It's going to be hotly contested. And that's why, Jake, you don't see other members of the Republican Party sticking their necks out. They're afraid of the president. Ironically, though, after that tweet, I raised $80,000 in people who want to see somebody up here who will speak their mind and speak for their constituents instead of just for their party. And by the way, most of those donors are Trump supporters. They just want to see a Republican who will exhibit some independent thought.
Republican Congressman Thomas Massey of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jake.
Drew, they said technically it's Pam Bondi that is breaking the law, and technically the president can't force her to break the law. Technically true, but that's why I'm asking. Like, if it's Pam Bondi, then why isn't Trump doing anything about it? And now that Trump hasn't said anything about it, he's at the very least complicit, right? Of course, he can't release it. She has to. And Drew, you and I both know, I know you won't do it here, but you and I both agree that if Trump wanted them released, they'd be released. We both know that. They'll bury Pam Bondi, by the way. If they were allowed to, if Trump was like, it's Pam Bondi's fault, every one of them would be in here be like, it's Pam Bondi's fault. Don't bring up Trump. Okay, fine. I don't care if it's Pam Bondi's fault. Do something about it. Why aren't Republicans demanding that Pam Bondi come and testify? Why aren't they bringing in Pam Bondi? Why are they bringing in Bill Clinton and not Pam Bondi? Because Trump doesn't want Pam Bondi there. That's why. Oh, thanks, Gus. I didn't even see that. Gus texted broadcast. Thanks for raiding today. Illusion said, or no, excuse me. Fuck Magus said, love the show. Keep up the good work. Fuck Ice. Release the files already. Jimmy said, could I get the SpongeBob laugh again? I don't know. Do I sound like SpongeBob when I laugh? That's disappointing. Maybe it is. Off the top of my head, I can't figure out what SpongeBob laughs like. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but I don't think I can laugh on command like that. All right. A few more minutes. Oh, shit. I'm running out of time. One more thing, and then we'll get out of here. We are close on the gift goal. If anybody wants to help us knock that out in the last couple minutes, that'd be great. I just want to show this for our Nick Fuentes friends. What we're doing now is we're whitewashing Jeffrey Epstein. Now we're saying maybe what Jeffrey Epstein did wasn't so bad. It's more important to hate Jews than it is to hate pedophiles, says Nick Fuentes.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia, okay? They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal.
Technically not legal. Where my groypers at? Where are the groypers at here? Technically not legal. That's your guy. What he's saying is, by the way, is there's like a different term. I can't remember the name of the term. Like, technically, there's another term that we don't generally use, and I can't remember what it is, but for like post-pubescent girls. But yeah, that's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing on the America First podcast now.
Big difference, in my opinion. I know that's a controversial take, but that's not really the issue there. Okay?
What is the issue? Let's figure out what the issue is.
Issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which
not barely legal. They weren't legal. Where are we at, groypers? This your dude? This 5'2" angry little bitch? This is your guy? Well, why are we even really worried? It's not like they were 5. Oh.
Which is what it is. It's horrendous. It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy. Probably
is that what it is? Hebephilia? Thank you, Dragon Wizard. That's the word for it. Thank you.
Working with Israel.
Sorry.
No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy, probably working with Israel.
That's the issue. It's not the abuse of young girls. It's not the trafficking. It's not the forced sexual abuse. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. I didn't know all this time. All this time I thought that Epstein was a bad guy for abusing girls, but apparently it's the only thing bad about him is he's friends with the Jews, and he was Jewish. Yeah, Groyper's got quiet. We're gonna slink back into our holes. By the way, just so we know, they love to talk about the views that Nick Fuentes gets. The Nick Fuentes-backed candidate in Florida, running for governor, I forget his name. He can't even raise $1,000. He's polling at less than 1%. They're not as popular as they want you to think they are, because every time anybody sees them speak, they're like, oh, you're just angry, racist, sexist losers. If you are a Groyper, you are a fucking loser. Stop being a fucking loser. Find new friends. Or no friends. No friends is better than being friends with these people. Don't be a fucking loser. Don't defend Donald Trump covering up the Epstein files. Don't hate Jeffrey Epstein because he's Jewish. Hate him because he trafficked and abused thousands of girls over the course of his life. And that's where we're going to end today. We're going to end today with the MAGA in the chat defending covering up the Epstein files and staying quiet when Nick Fuentes speaks. That's how we're going to end the live today. Depressing place to end the live, but I think a pointed place to end the live, and really illustrates the point of how far gone MAGA is. It's not like there are morals. They don't even think about morals anymore. It's just Donald Trump, great. I must defend him everywhere I go. I can't say mean things about him. Anybody who even criticizes him is an enemy to this country. I will wake up every day and I will lick the orange man's taint and in the face of covering up for pedophiles. So you guys, because you guys stayed quiet for 4 years. Well, here's the thing. If I was you, I wouldn't look at people who you're accusing of covering it up for 4 years. I wouldn't then continue the cover up because they did. Right? Like, you understand what you're saying here? You're saying that this was covered up, and so you're going to cover it up because other people did. And that's the extent of your argument now. Other people covered it up, so now I'm going to. All right, you can be that person. I think you're sick, and I appreciate you guys being here, showing independents and not psychotic Republicans exactly who it is that they are siding with. I do need to get out of here. Let me check messages one more time, and then I gotta go. I didn't realize how late it was. I gotta get going. I got like 15 minutes. Tanya said happy hump day. Thanks, Tanya. Didn't get there. Let's see if I got everything from Jen. If you send something to Jen, I apologize. She's driving, so I didn't get it. We'll do it tomorrow. If you send any super chats. I think that's everybody. All right, guys. Bree, do we have a raid set up? Bree still here? Trump's cover. I think that number is correct. I think what's left is correct unless somebody sent something to Jen. Thanks for asking, Cascus. Bree, yes. Okay, who is it? James from the internet. All right, those on Twitch, we're raiding James from the internet. TikTok, who should we raid? Got any TikTok chatters here still? This chat never comes in super fast. Let me check it real quick. What are we saying? TikTok, who do we want to raid? We did Brett Cross last time. We did Itchy recently. We did Kobe. Who haven't we done for a while? Santana. We haven't raided Santana for a while. Fuck you, Becky. Yeah, let's raid. We haven't raided Santana for a while. There's some other options if you don't want to go to Santana, but tell Santana RTP sent you. Guys, we'll be back tomorrow morning, every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, right here wherever you watch today. Make sure that you are a paid member. If you want to join us for movie nights, we got merch in the bio. And we'll be back every day reporting on this shit show. Take care of yourselves, stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.